Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy, but we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. The first item of business is time for reflection, and our time for reflection leader today is Wayne Sutton, Senior Pastor, Corrobers Christian Centre.
Presiding Officer, members of the Scottish Parliament, thank you for allowing me to join you this afternoon for your time of reflection. It certainly is good to stop in the midst of the busyness of our lives and reflect. Socrates once said that an unexamined life is a wasted one. And so we need to reflect, because we only have one life, and how tragic it would be if that life were to be wasted. Mine almost was. I never thought I'd be living in Scotland. For that matter, I never thought I'd be standing before the Scottish Parliament. I grew up in New York, and although I had a very loving and supportive family, I fell into bad company in my early years, and it wasn't long before my life was consumed by drink and drugs. And I'm sure it's fair to say that if I'd kept going on that road, I may not have had a life at all, or be standing here today. But my life was interrupted, and it was transformed by the person of Jesus Christ, who's not only given me my life, but also my reason for living. The Bible tells us that every one of us has been created in God's image and according to his likeness. And because we are, every one of us has dignity and meaning and value and purpose. The Bible calls it glory, or if you like, being made to express the greatness of who God is in our lives, which is our very reason for living. However, the Bible also tragically describes our fall from that glory, reminding us that all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. And hence, the awful mess that we find throughout all of the pages of history. And if that were the end of the story, it would truly be tragic. But amazingly, it's not the end of the story, because our Creator wasn't willing to leave his world without the hope of restoration and redemption, and so entered this world himself in the person of Jesus Christ in order to deal with the predicament and the power and the presence of our sin, and to offer us hope and life through his death and resurrection. Today, many people across Scotland are struggling with life, and they're trying to fight the pain with the temporary pleasures and numbing of drink and drugs and more, desperate to find hope and meaning and purpose. Jesus put it this way: the thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. But I have come that you may have life and have it abundantly. And so I tell you my story, knowing that Jesus' story is not too good to be true. It is true. And it's a perfect cure to a wasted life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next item of business is consideration of Parliamentary Bureau Motion 16585 on suspension of standing orders. And I ask Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And I call on Edward Mountain.
Presiding Officer, the Net Zero Committee members support this motion, but with reluctance and with more than some frustration. When we debated the last GB Energy LCM 5 short days ago, I talked about the committee literally rushing through the motions for the sake of standing orders in order to produce a report that could say almost nothing. This motion stops us having to go through that again under even more extreme circumstances, and in that sense it's welcome. However, any objective observer can see that this is not the way that how legislative consent process is meant to work. Now, this is the third time I've stood here to talk to this bill. The first time round, I had some strong words for the Scottish Government made by the committee wait for months for a substantive LCM, and I hope they listened. In the present case, this is an amendment with devolved elements lodged and agreed late in the day at Westminster. That was not the Scottish Government's doing, and I accept that late amendments, like death and taxes, will always be with us. But there cannot be a mechanism to hit the pause button at Westminster whenever this happens. Why not? It would buy us just a little more time for us to consider it. I don't think it's an unreasonable ask, and it's something that the committee thinks should be explored further by this Parliament. In the present case, the late amendment in question looks unobjectionable, but that is a matter of chance. That may not always be the case. So whilst the Net Zero Committee supports this motion, we should be actively exploring with our counterparts ways to ensure that we don't have to go through this rather futile process again. Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And I call the Minister for Parliamentary Business.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I begin by thanking Mr Mountain for raising his concerns. He is clearly right to do so if those are concerns that have been expressed at his committee. I should like to make clear, of course, that the Government absolutely recognises the importance of Parliament's role in effectively considering legislative consent motions, and actually we share many of the concerns that have been raised by the committee, of course, and I think Mr Mountain has recognised this in his remarks. There is a limit to our ability to determine timings here. The amendment to the Great British Energy Bill going through the UK Parliament, this motion on consent covers, was lodged at Westminster on the 17th of February, and then the bill was amended on the 20th of February. And we have to lodge a memorandum within 2 weeks under our current processes. So we lodged that motion on the 24th of February. In the meantime, the bill will today have its third reading in the House of Lords and is therefore very near to the end of its parliamentary passage, which is why we are asking Parliament to suspend standing orders for the motion to be considered later this afternoon. I won't go into the detail of what the amendment sets out, because that's available for members to consider. But what it does enable is any review of the effectiveness of GB energy to be laid before the Scottish Parliament in parallel with it being laid before Westminster. Clearly that does, to some extent, enhance the role of this Parliament, which I think should be welcome, notwithstanding some of the challenges around the process we're having to go through right now. Do I have time to give way briefly, President Officer? Of course, give way to Mr Lumsden.
Douglas Lumsden.
Thank the Minister for taking the intervention. Will he also be going back to his counterpart in the UK Government to say that, the Scottish Government are not happy with the process that's been followed to try and improve things going forward?
Minister.
Yeah, well, we've already communicated that. I can certainly assure Mr Lumsden it is obviously a regrettable set of circumstances that we've arrived in this place. Alistair Allen, I recall last week speaking to the previous legislative consent motion, and I recognise we've debated this issue quite a lot in the last few weeks, but he made that point as well. We have emphasised the importance to the UK Government of ensuring that this Parliament has enough time to consider these matters. I think the suggestion that Mr Mountain makes around the ability to pause processes at Westminster is an innovative one. I'm happy to reflect on that and see if it's something we can explore. It's not for me, of course, to suggest what any committee might want to do, but of course any committee of this Parliament is of course well equipped to write to the UK Government to make suggestions to them, just as they make suggestions to the Scottish Government as well. And my expectation would be that hopefully they would respond timorously. So can assure members that we understand these concerns. We continue to press them, but we are unfortunately where we are, and I would urge Parliament to support the motion in my name.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that motion 16585 be agreed. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. Therefore, we will move to a division, and there will be a short suspension to allow members to access digital voting. Thank you. The question is that motion 16585 be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Megan Gallagher for a point of order.
Presiding officer, there was an issue with my app. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Gallagher. We'll ensure that's recorded. I will just advise several members have pressed for a point of order, so I will reach each and every one and I have to ensure too that our clerks have an opportunity to record. I call Sarah Boyack for a point of order.
Apologies, presiding officer. That was an inadvertent right to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms Boyack. I call Craig Hoy for a point of order.
Thank you, presiding officer. My app is playing up. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Hoy. We'll ensure that is recorded. I call Michelle Thompson for a point of order.
Officer, my app failed to connect. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Thompson. We'll ensure that that is recorded. I call Evelyn Tweed for a point of order.
Thank you, presiding officer. My app wouldn't connect and I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Tweed. We will ensure that is recorded. I call Michael Matheson for a point of order.
Thank you, presiding officer. My app wouldn't have connected. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Matheson. We will ensure that your vote is recorded. And I call Nicola Sturgeon for a point of order.
Likewise, I couldn't get the app to connect. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Sturgeon. We'll ensure that that is recorded. The result of the vote on motion 16585 in the name of Jamie Hepburn is yes, 110. There were no votes against. There were 7 abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is consideration of business motion 16586 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on changes to business. Any member who wishes to speak to the motion should press their request to speak button now. And I call on Jamie Hepburn to move the motion.
Move, presiding officer.
Thank you, Minister. No member has asked to speak to the motion. Therefore, the question is that motion 16586 be agreed. Are we all agreed? The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is topical questions. And at question number 1, I call Daniel Johnson.
You're all ready. Thank you. Apologies. To ask the Scottish Government how it will work with the UK Government on the recently announced £200 million investment in Grangemouth as part of the National Wealth Fund.
Cabinet Secretary Gillian Martin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Last week, the First Minister announced the new £25 million Grangemouth Just Transition Fund as part of the nearly £90 million of support to Grangemouth plan from this Government. And we welcome the recent UK Government announcement this weekend that £200 million will also be allocated to Grangemouth from the National Wealth Fund. We're already engaging with the UK Government on this and seeking clarity on the details of the fund to ensure alignment with our interventions to maximise the impact for the workforce, the community and business development, and I'm committed to continuing my very collaborative relationship with the UK Energy Secretary to secure a long-term and sustainable future for Grangemouth. And I hope Daniel Johnson can show a similar collaborative approach for Grangemouth by backing the budget and the monies that we've announced at stage 3 this afternoon.
Daniel Johnson.
Our position on the budget is clear, and I think this is such a big issue. I don't think the workers in Grangemouth would thank us to play politics with it. And actually, critically, of all the numbers, it's an important point. I was about to say, of all the numbers of great importance, I think the most important number is the 400 people who have been given the redundancy notices. So I was wondering if I could ask the Minister, given that this is the start of the hard work to attract investment in, which is what these funds are expected to do, what steps the Scottish Government will be taking alongside the UK Government to attract this investment, and critically, will these sums be available to fund Project Willow?
Cabinet Secretary.
So, first of all, I'm not playing politics. I'm making a point that it is important that we all get behind any money that is pledged by any government to support the workers of Grangemouth, and I don't mean that to be a party or political point. This is not the start of the hard work. Indeed, it's not the start of the hard work from both governments. Since the new UK government came in, we've had a much more collaborative relationship than we did with the previous UK government, and we've been working very hard initially to prevent the closure and to ask for Petroinos to make a different decision, and we have been unstinting in that, and that is still the course of action that I would like to see. But as regards the monies and what's done with the 200 million and indeed the 90 million and the 25 Just Transition Fund, 25 million Just Transition Fund, certainly I want to be working with the Grangemouth Future Industries Board and the UK Government in this, because they are absolutely critical. We've been working together for a good 2 years now on this, on what needs to be happening in the Grangemouth area. Our 25 million Just Transition Fund is going to be deployed this year, and we have a precedent for how that has worked with the North East and Moray Just Transition Fund and some of the projects that has supported for oil and gas workers and indeed the supply chain. So the first thing I'm going to do after this budget is pass this afternoon, touch wood, pass this afternoon, is once I know those monies are coming to that Just Transition Fund, I'm going to be meeting with my officials to make sure that we get an early engagement in with the Grangemouth Future Industries Board and talk about how that can be deployed and how the mechanisms are put in place for that. I'll be having a similar conversation with Ed Miliband, I hope very soon. I'm writing to him this afternoon to have a discussion about how the 200 million can work with that money.
Thank you. There's a great deal of interest, and I would be grateful for concise questions and responses. Daniel Johnson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. So, with the £25 million from the Scottish Government, £200 million from the UK Government, on top of the £100 million City deal, this is one of the largest industrial interventions that this country has seen in decades. But it's not just about the money. There's a number of policy and regulatory changes that will be required, particularly if we're looking at Project Willow and biorefining. Could the Cabinet Secretary set out how those are going to be examined and how they will take the action steps that we expect in the Project Willow public document in the coming days so that we can implement those changes?
Cabinet Secretary.
So I have been talking about some of the regulatory changes that would have to be made by the UK Government well before the Labour Government was in place. I had those discussions with the Conservative governments. I'm pleased to say that I've got a lot more feedback in our discussions about what might need to be done. Project Willow has been absolutely essential in that, because Project Willow, as well as actually looking at some of the areas in which the refinery can adapt and become a different type of plant for sustainable aviation fuel or for biorefinery, does require regulatory change as well, and that's going to be outlined in Project Willow. UK Government obviously have got most locus in that, but we're already aware on what some of those policy changes should be, and I stand ready to support them in making the right decisions that will allow some of these future industries, and I hope it's in the short term we have a future industries, and make them viable and make sure that they're competitive when we are in a situation where there's other countries that already may have these regulatory changes in place, and we can't be left behind.
Thank you. Michelle Thompson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I too welcome the additional monies, although I note that the UK Government application process will be time-consuming, with money made available as debt or equity on the probability of a sufficient return on investment to the UK Government. But for applications to be made by business at pace, there must be, as the Minister has already stated, considerably more policy certainty. So I'm wondering, I know the Minister has been pursuing it, but has she had any advice thus far from the UK Government? Will there be a shift in their current attitude to carbon capture and storage and the Acorn project, which is of course a critical enabler for green hydrogen, or the possibility of Grangemouth and the associated work becoming a test site for sustainable aviation fuel? Because I repeat, policy certainty will be as much needed as finance to encourage confidence in business investment.
Cabinet Secretary.
What Michelle Thompson's just outlined is absolutely critical. I welcome the response from the Prime Minister, the First Minister's call for the UK Government to provide a fair share of support for Grangemouth, but I do agree that we need policy certainty, particularly in CCUS. I've had repeated discussions with the former and the current UK Government. I remain deeply frustrated that there's still no clarity on timelines, funding and criteria for the Acorn project. I think it will provide that policy certainty and that investability. It will ramp up the investability that there is in the plant for people, and I've been told that by people who have an interest in this. I agree wholeheartedly Acorn project being given the go-ahead is the next intervention that the UK Government should make, and I personally think it should be made immediately, and I hope that the whole Chamber will support me on that, because I think that would be a game changer here.
Thank you. Stephen Kerr.
Daniel Johnson's right. This is about jobs, but it's not just about 400 jobs. It's about nearly 3,000 jobs. That's the economic impact assessment of what is happening at Grangemouth. And it's a great pity that we don't have more detail on the 200 million and exactly how that will be distributed, how it will be used. And it's a great pity that we still really don't have much detail about the 25 million. I would really like to hear a lot more detail about how that money is going to be used. And I'd also like the Minister to tell us about Project Willow, the report. I remember her saying it would come out by the end of this month. Well, this is the end of the month. When exactly will we see it? Colin Mackay of STV saw it. He even wrote a detailed report on it. So why we haven't seen it, I don't understand. Have Petro Ineos got a copy of Project Willow, the EY report? How much did it cost? And how specific are the proposals in Willow? Are they costed? And where will the investment come from? These are all the burning questions that are on the minds of the people of Grangemouth.
Cabinet Secretary.
There is a lot of questions in there. I won't have time to answer all of them. Some of the detail on there, particularly about the cost of Project Willow, I'll be able to write to the member and have that. It was money that was put in by the Scottish Government and the UK Government. There wasn't actually any money put in by Petro Ineos. It is due by the end of the month, and I don't see any... There's nothing been said to me that said that will slip in any way. And the 25 million, as I mentioned, obviously the budget needs to be passed today for that 25 million to be released. But it is my #1 priority, once I know that that 25 million has been secured and the Parliament has voted for it, to look at, particularly with the Grangemouth Future Industries Board, because this is not just about the refinery, it's about the industrial complex of Grangemouth in the whole, as to how that can be deployed and used, because that will only be able to be deployed in the way that makes a difference if we work together with the people of Grangemouth and the stakeholders within Grangemouth, in much the same way that we did with the North East and Moray Just Transition Fund, which has been very successful.
Julian Mackay.
Officer, all the money that has been announced for Grangemouth is absolutely welcome, but trying to get that money out quickly doesn't always mean that money gets spent in the correct projects for the area. At the Grangemouth Community Council meeting last Thursday, there were 120 people in the room asking about the industrial future of Grangemouth and wanting to resolve some of that disconnect between them and industry. So how can the Cabinet Secretary implore to people that that disconnect is resolved, but also ensure that projects are value for money and will support both skills and the local community?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, both the local council and the many community councils are actually members of the Grangemouth Future Industries Board, and that is the vehicle in which, if there is any disconnect, we will make sure that that is resolved. The 25 million, as I've said, can be deployed over the next year, but it has to be deployed in the right way. That's actually creating more opportunities for the workers, creating more opportunities for the supply chain, and creating more opportunities for the communities in there. And it will be the supply chain, the communities and the workers that will be dictating how that money is spent, and I need to work with them via the vehicle of the Grangemouth Future Industry, as which some of the people that Gillian Mackay has mentioned are members.
Thank you. Question number 2, Tess White.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on its role in ensuring that public bodies are meeting their legal obligations under the Equality Act 2010, following recent correspondence from the Equality and Human Rights Commission.
Cabinet Secretary Shirley-Anne Somerville.
The Scottish Government is considering the letter from the Equality and Human Rights Commission and will of course engage with the Commission. Under the Equality Act 2010 Specific Duties Scotland Regulations 2012, public authorities are under a duty to assess and review proposed new or revised policies and practices. This Government stands firmly behind the separate and single-sex exemptions provided in the 2010 Act. Members will be aware this allows for trans people to be excluded when this is a proportionate means of achieving a legitimate aim. Public bodies are responsible for complying with the 2010 Act and its regulations.
Tess White.
Cabinet Secretary, the Equalities Regulator wrote to NHS 5 last week, pointing out that under statutory public sector equality duties, the Health Board must, and I quote, assess and review proposed new or revised policies or practices. The Herald reports today that NHS 5 skipped this vital step when it allows a trans-identified male doctor to use a female changing room. This is serious. It means that it may have failed to comply with its legal obligations to assess the impact of its policies on women. So let me ask the Cabinet Secretary a very simple question. Does she know how many other NHS institutions are operating this potentially unlawful policy?
Cabinet Secretary.
As ministers have made clear on a number of occasions, we cannot comment on ongoing cases such as the one in NHS 5. In general, Presiding Officer, I have also made clear in my original answer that ministers are very clear that they stand firmly behind the provisions in the Equality Act and the exemptions contained within it. We absolutely expect public bodies to conduct their policies and their procedures in line with the legislation in place. As the EHRC said in their letter, they are the statutory regulator for equality in Scotland and they promote and enforce compliance with the Equality Act 2010. Ministers are, as we always have been, happy to discuss with the Commission how the Scottish Government and the Commission can help public bodies comply with their obligations under the Equality Act.
Tess White.
Cabinet Secretary, the EHRC was clear in its correspondence that the Scottish Government, and we're here now talking about the Scottish Government, has a role, it does have a role, in ensuring that NHS Scotland and other public bodies are meeting their legal obligations under the Equality Act 2010. And I'm glad that the Cabinet Secretary does today say that it will fulfil its duties. Caroline Lamb is the Chief Executive of NHS Scotland and sits at the Scottish Government's top table as Director General for Health and Social Care. Failings like these lead straight to the heart of the Scottish Government. SNP ministers keep trying to ride two horses on single-sex spaces, but they can't keep reading out the same script that sex is protected under the Equality Act 2010 while arguing in the UK's highest court that sex does not mean biological sex. And my question, Presiding Officer, is will this SNP government protect single-sex spaces for biological women in Scotland's public services, yes or no?
Cabinet Secretary.
The member refers to another live court case and therefore I, of course, will not comment on that. And with the greatest respect to Tess White, the reason why the answers from Scottish ministers are the same is because they are based on the legislation that is in place, that is the Equality Act and the regulations I mentioned in my previous answer. The Government absolutely expects all public bodies to fulfil their obligations under the regulations that are based under the Equalities Act. And the reasons the answers are similar, for the benefit of the member once again, is because that is our clear expectation. There has been no change in the Government's policy. As I said in my original answer, we stand firmly behind the 2010 Act and the exemptions that are within that. That has been the policy of this Government all along.
Thank you. We are now past the scheduled time for this item of business. I'm going to allow it to continue for a few minutes, but I absolutely must insist on concise questions and responses, and I call Carol Mockin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary if she is confident that all health and safety workplace regulations are being complied with and that all public bodies have single-sex toilets clearly marked male and female? Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary that in her answer she gives us evidence on how she has collected this data, and if it is not available, commit to obtaining such information?
Cabinet Secretary.
The member quite rightly points to the fact that there are other regulations on top of the ones I've mentioned in my original answer, for example, those that specifically refer to the workplace. But I would once again say that they are also contained within the belief that the Government has that all public bodies should fulfil their obligations under all pieces of legislation with reference to this, and those include those that are specifically in relation to the workplace.
Rachel Hamilton.
Presiding Officer, does the Cabinet Secretary have full confidence that all public sector bodies in Scotland, including NHS Scotland, are complying with the requirements set out in the Equality Act 2010 to produce an impact equality assessment in relation to the provision of single-sex spaces? Yes or no?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, once again, for the benefit of the member, we are very, very committed to working with the EHRC. There's a role for government and there is a role for the Commission in this. As I said in an earlier answer, they are the statutory regulator for equality in Scotland, and they promote and enforce compliance with the Equality Act and indeed have guidance on these very matters. And we look forward to working with the Commission and indeed meeting with the Commission in due course to discuss these matters in detail.
Joe Fitzpatrick.
Given the tenor and tone of questioning in this area, can I ask the Cabinet Secretary how we can make sure that trans people across Scotland feel included and protected in their workplace?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I think it's very important, Presiding Officer, that all of us in this chamber ensure that we conduct ourselves in a manner where we respect everyone's rights. And we are quite rightly questioned on the promotion and the protection of women's rights, and that is absolutely integral to the work that the Scottish Government does. We will continue to support the trans community. They are one of the most marginalised in Scotland, and it is important that we do so, but we will not do that in a way that provides any doubt on our commitment to the Equality Act and ensuring that single-sex space exemptions exist and should have practical effect.
Thank you. Ash Regan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Lack of clarity, and I have to say lack of understanding of the law from the Government, has left working women in Scotland in the absolutely ridiculous position of having legally provided single-sex spaces open to anyone who identifies into them. The Minister has repeatedly said that she expects public bodies to uphold the law, but I'm not hearing what the Government is doing about it. So perhaps I can make a suggestion. Perhaps this might be able to be got under control by the Government by making the upholding of public sector duties a condition of their funding. Will the Government commit to that?
Cabinet Secretary.
I go back to the point, Presiding Officer, that the Government expects all public bodies to actually respect and obey and comply with the law and have that in procedures, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Members, do let's ensure that we are not shouting over one another. And I call Douglas Ross.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I have to say to the Cabinet Secretary, all we are getting is the same answer every time, and it's not good enough. I know it's uncomfortable for the Government, but they must respond to the questions that members have. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, she said in her statement that she and the Government are considering the letter from the EHRC. It was sent last week. It's 1 page long and only contains 6 paragraphs. So how much longer do they need to consider the letter? Will they publish their response to the EHRC? And when they have done so, will they bring forward a statement in this chamber to finally answer questions about this issue?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, for the avoidance again of any doubt, Presiding Officer, the answers are similar because they're based on the law of the land and the Equality Act, and that's exactly what this Government will continue to refer back to. The member raises the point about the letter. Yes, it's a reasonably short letter, but it does contain important challenges and questions of the Government, and I think it is important that we do take time to reflect on that. And indeed, if we didn't, Presiding Officer, I think members would be here criticising us for that. We will, of course, move forward with meeting with the Commission. We do look forward to working with them. There is an important role for the Government and an important role for the Commission in this, and I'm sure members will have ample opportunity to continue to question Government on this over the weeks and months ahead.
Thank you. That concludes topical questions. The next item of business is a statement by Marie Todd on response to concerns raised regarding care of children at Skye House. The Minister will take questions at the end of her statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. And I call on the Minister up to 10 minutes, please.
Presiding Officer, my statement today follows a previous parliamentary question regarding the harrowing BBC disclosure documentary Kids on the Psychiatric Ward. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to expand on the answer I gave last week. As Parliament would expect, I must outline up front that I am unable to comment on the detail of individual cases of care and treatment. However, I do want to say 2 things very clearly at the outset. Firstly, I was shocked at what I saw in the programme. The accounts given by the young people about practices they experienced were appalling and upsetting to hear. My heart goes out to them and their families. Secondly, I want to put on record my sincere thanks to those young people for having the courage to come forward and to tell their stories. They did so articulately and movingly, but they shouldn't have had to do so. As I said in the Chamber last week, when our most vulnerable and unwell young people ask for help for their mental health, we owe them the highest standard of care and compassion. It is all too clear that what was described is completely and wholly unacceptable. It should not have happened, and we will do all in our power to prevent it happening again. Today, I will outline what must and will improve within our child and adolescent mental health units, both in terms of standard of care and system oversight. All young people who need inpatient admission for their mental health must be able to access safe, high-quality care. That care must always respect their human rights and support their recovery. I want to speak directly to the young people featured in the documentary. My message to them is that their testimonies will result in change for the better. Presiding Officer, staff in our inpatient facilities take critical decisions every day. Their obligation is to take those decisions consistently, informed by clinical evidence and with the patient's rights and best interests central every time. There are, of course, healthcare staff across Scotland who demonstrate extraordinary skill and compassion. Every day they can and do save lives. Their role supports a fundamental principle: recovery is possible. It is possible across the full range of need for milder mental health conditions and for severe and enduring mental illness, including those who are in inpatient facilities. There were moving and inspiring accounts in the disclosure film of how some of the young people are now studying to become nurses, doctors and psychologists. That is what recovery means. We maximise the chance of recovery if care and treatment is timely, compassionate, evidence-based and respects the patient's rights. What I found so disturbing about the documentary was the culture depicted. By any standards, the behaviour of some staff during the time covered fell far below that what we all expect of healthcare professionals, or, in fact, of basic standards of decency and compassion. As we saw, patients in CAMHS facilities are often acutely unwell. They frequently require to be admitted for their own safety. Many will be detained under the Mental Health Act. They will not be there voluntarily. A well-functioning mental health inpatient facility will ensure that our most vulnerable people always receive the treatment and care necessary to keep them safe. And even in that context, some treatment options are a last resort. Issues relating to nasogastric feeding, sedation and restraint require staff to make delicate judgments. Sometimes these treatments can literally be the difference between life and death, and by definition, these are difficult decisions for staff to make. This was acknowledged in the programme. However, what also came across very clearly was a disregard for patients' rights by some staff working in the inpatient unit at the time. There was inappropriate, cruel and stigmatising language used. The young people described that they had often shown nothing other than the symptoms of their illnesses. Treatment decisions are difficult, but that can never be an excuse for the kind of operational culture that was described. I now turn to my expectations for what will change. NHS boards are responsible for the quality of care that they provide. However, since I was made aware of the allegations in the programme, my officials have been in ongoing contact with NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde. The board has given clear assurance that the issues raised in the programme have been dealt with in accordance with their complaints, procedures and legitimate expectations of care. As soon as they were made aware of the allegations in the programme, the board undertook a rapid information gathering exercise. Their view is that standards have significantly improved since the events described. An internal quality of care review is now also in progress and will be completed by March 14th. It is considering a range of indicators to assess current practice and to drive improvement. Further, an external review is being commissioned to review the care, treatment and patient experience at Sky House. The board is in the process of sourcing appropriate external expertise to undertake this, which I expect is a matter of urgency. I will carefully scrutinise the outcomes of both of these reviews as soon as they have taken place, and I expect Greater Glasgow and Clyde to act immediately on any recommendations for improvement. As they would expect, I will hold the board closely to account for this. The Cabinet Secretary and I will meet with the Chief Executive tomorrow, along with the Chief Executives from NHS Lothian and NHS Tayside, which also host adolescent inpatient units. I'll be seeking further direct assurance that the issues raised in the programme have been addressed and care and treatment has improved. I will also be asking about the governance arrangements in place to make sure that this can never happen again. But as Minister for Mental Wellbeing, I want to go even further to ensure that these units are operating in the way I expect. To that end, I have asked NHS Healthcare Improvement Scotland as the inspection body and the Mental Welfare Commission as the independent organisation responsible for providing assurance on compliance with the Mental Health Act to carry out a series of visits to all 3 adolescent inpatient units in Scotland, plus the National Child Inpatient Unit, as soon as possible. My view is that the independent perspective is required to provide wider assurance on care, quality, patient safety and patient experience. The voices of children and young people and their families will be central to these visits, and I'll take all resultant recommendations for how we can improve the scrutiny of our CAMHS facilities very seriously. Whether they come from the ongoing reviews by the board or from this enhanced programme of visits. Presiding Officer, what we saw in the disclosure film would have been deeply worrying for members across the chamber. My door is open to members who want to discuss it further. I'll continue to engage collaboratively with members from all parties on this matter. Before I close, I'd like to address one issue that has been raised in terms of the role of the Mental Welfare Commission. Some reports have questioned the effectiveness of the Commission's scrutiny and suggested that they did not pick up on issues raised in the programme. The Commission is an independent body and can rightly speak for itself. Commission representatives have visited Sky House 7 times since 2016, using a mix of pre-announced and unannounced inspections. Those reports highlighted both concerns and elements of positive practice. However, it is important to point out that the Commission bases its findings and recommendations on observations from the limited time frame of each visit. What is crucial is that boards act on the recommendations made. There must always be appropriate governance and assurance processes to ensure effective care. And a working culture which responds to feedback so it's delivered with kindness and compassion on an ongoing basis. As I've outlined, I am determined to use the expertise of relevant bodies to ensure that care and treatment in our CAM's inpatient facilities is of the highest quality and that patients' rights are always respected. And I repeat my offer to members, if there are suggestions for where we can go further still, I will seriously consider them. Presiding Officer, I have no doubt that all members will stand together in condemning instances of appalling treatment for some of our most vulnerable young people. I again commend the young people and their families for coming forward and speaking out. I do not underestimate how difficult this must have been. I am only sorry that it was necessary to do so. I treat the issues raised in the documentary with the utmost seriousness. It must and will result in improvements.
Thank you, Minister. The Minister will now take questions on the issues raised in her statement. I intend to allow around 20 minutes for questions, after which we will move on to the next item of business. I'd be grateful if members who wish to put a question were to press their request to speak buttons. And I call on Megan Gallagher.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and to the Minister for advance sight of her statement. The Minister states that she is unable to comment on the details of individual cases of care and treatment. But in this instance, individual cases are critical to shining light on the lack of action taken by those at Sky House, the NHS and the Scottish Government. Because the Scottish Government, they didn't find out about this through the BBC documentary. They've known for years. I have emails from my constituent that outlines when she contacted ministers for help. On the 23rd of June 2023, my constituent contacted Scottish Government officials on behalf of her daughter, Harmony. On the 12th of August 2024, contacted the First Minister, the Health Secretary Neil Gray and the Minister for Children and Young People, Natalie Dawn Innes. The email subject, and it reads, urgent concerns regarding the care and treatment of our child. On the 25th of November 2024, she contacted the Minister, Natalie Dawn Innes, again after being ignored by the Minister who delivered the statement today. I have no idea how the Minister can stand here today and pretend to be shocked, because she's known about this for years. The Minister says that she finally feels the need to make a statement on the abuse of that young woman endured while detained at Sky House, only 2 years late. Is she now only acting because this issue has been made public? So the question I have for the Minister, why didn't any of the Scottish Government ministers treat my constituent's letter with utmost seriousness? And why did multiple parents ignore a minister who was trying to raise institutional failures at Sky House? And will the Minister, if she's going to take suggestions from members today, will the Minister conduct an investigation into this matter urgently to find out why nobody contacted my constituent to give them the help and support they deserved?
Minister.
I thank the member for that question. Scottish ministers, you'll understand, receive a huge amount of correspondence daily when issues are raised regarding a medical setting Such as Sky House, the Scottish Government would normally direct correspondence to their health boards because patient care and delivery are the statutory responsibility of local healthcare providers. And although, as I have made clear, I cannot intervene or comment on individual cases, I do want to acknowledge the concerns raised by the family that Ms Gallagher is talking about, and I am extremely sorry for the distress that this is causing, and I look forward to meeting with them to hear their concerns. Because patient care and delivery is the statutory responsibility of local healthcare providers, it is for relevant NHS health boards to respond to complaints regarding services. And in terms of investigating, I'm happy to look into why the family had no response whatsoever, and I will certainly investigate that and get back to Ms Gallagher about that. Generally, people do receive a response. It may have been that the response was directing them to NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde.
Paul Sweeney.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and can I thank the Minister for her statement, and I'm sure the whole Chamber will share the Minister's shock and disgust at the allegations made about the behaviour of staff at the Sky House Child and Adolescent Psychiatric Ward at Stobhill Hospital in my region of Glasgow. NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde Health Board has previously claimed that the staff lacked experience in inpatient units and the complexities of the young people being cared for in Sky House. The Health Board has also previously indicated that there are staffing issues at Sky House. This is clearly an unacceptable consequence of chronic understaffing and an over-reliance on a casualised agency nursing workforce. It will be difficult to improve the culture of mental health nursing at Sky House and similar facilities until this fundamental cause is addressed. So will the Minister agree with me that there must be an urgent review of permanent staffing levels and training at Sky House and other child and adolescent mental health facilities so that patients and their families can be reassured that these sorts of abuses will never happen again? Minister.
So first of all, let me agree with the member that the care and treatment of young people described in the programme is completely and wholly unacceptable. As I said in my statement, when our most vulnerable and unwell young people come forward and ask for help with their mental health, we owe them the highest standard of care and compassion. I can assure the member that our officials have been in regular engagement since we heard about the programme with Greater Glasgow and Clyde on these issues, and have received assurance that the situation has already improved and that the staff numbers and their experience and training and quality of training is higher than it was in the time period that the programme covers. I will, of course, be seeking further assurance that this is the case, and that is the purpose of both the internal review, the external review, and, of course, the commissioning of the visits by the two organisations, Healthcare Improvement Scotland and the Mental Welfare Commission, to give both me and everyone in this chamber and the public the confidence that changes have occurred.
Rona Mackay, to be followed by Sandesh Gulhani.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's crucial that all of us remember that there are many young people still under the care of Sky House. Can the Minister expand on the assurances about the standards of care currently being provided at Sky House, and can she advise how the Scottish Government is supporting the young people and their families who are using these services currently?
Minister.
I've said, since I was made aware of the allegations in the programme, my officials have been in regular contact with NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde, asking a series of questions around how complaints and incidents during the time period were handled, how Mental Welfare Commission recommendations were addressed, and how staff were trained and supervised. There were also important questions about leadership and governance. From NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde's response, I am satisfied that the appropriate review and assurance processes are in place and that improvements have been made since the events described. I'll be monitoring the outcome of the internal and external reviews that have been commissioned very carefully and, as the board would expect, holding them to account. In terms of support, I would always encourage young people and their families to raise concerns with staff or via the advocacy services that are available in inpatient units if they feel able to do so, so that any issues can be resolved as quickly as possible. Young patients and families can also contact the Mental Welfare Commission advice line.
Thank you. Sandesh Gulhani, to be followed by Claire Haughey.
Declaration of Interest as a practising NHS GP. The Minister spoke of accountability, but not a single manager has been sacked for scandal after scandal in our NHS. And today we heard clear evidence that the Scottish Government knew of the abuse suffered by these children years before the release of the documentary, and yet nothing was done. Minister, who is responsible in the Government for failing our most vulnerable children, and which manager was responsible and held to account?
Minister.
So the member is well aware that the responsibility for delivery of care is down to NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde. I absolutely am concerned about what I have heard in the programme. What I heard in the programme, as I have set out very clearly, shocked me and has put in place a sequence of events that will give myself and others in this chamber assurance that the situation has changed since the time period of the programme. I assure the member that I take these issues very, very seriously, and I will be working very closely with the board. Myself and the Cabinet Secretary will meet the Chief Executive of Greater Glasgow and Clyde tomorrow, along with the Chief Executives of NHS Lothian and of NHS Tayside, because there are inpatient adolescent units in all of those areas, and we take very seriously our role in scrutiny of assuring quality of services to our most vulnerable young people.
Thank you. Just remind all members of the requirement to speak through the chair, and I call Claire Haughey to be followed by Pauline McNeill.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I remind Chamber I hold a bank nurse contract with Greater Glasgow and Clyde NHS. The culture and attitude reported to have been shown by some staff in Skye House towards the rights of service users was hugely concerning. Can the Minister advise how the Scottish Government will champion the rights of vulnerable children and young people using services like Skye House, and ensure that all staff are fully trained on the welfare of patients and are cognizant of the rights of all children and young people?
Minister.
As I've set out, I'm dedicated to strengthening the current system of scrutiny and assurance to drive improvement and to protect Scotland's vulnerable children and young people in inpatient settings. The vast majority of our dedicated healthcare professionals are fully committed to the welfare of the patients in their care and go above and beyond to support their best interests. Where that doesn't happen, boards have a duty to address this and to ensure that appropriate support and training is provided. The Mental Welfare Commission has a duty to visit people who are receiving care under the Mental Health and Incapacity legislation. Their visits allow us to hear directly from the person receiving care and treatment whether they feel their rights are being respected. And where issues are identified by the Mental Welfare Commission, NHS boards should prioritise these, reporting feedback and recommendations through their existing escalation and clinical governance structures.
Thank you. Pauline McNeill to be followed by Emma Harper.
Given the Mental Welfare Commission for Scotland has visited Skye House on 6 occasions since 2017, with the main issues raised in the BBC's investigation, including allegations of physical abuse, including nurses quickly resorting to force, such as physical restraint, and dragging patients down corridors, leaving them bruised and traumatised. Can we have any faith that the enhanced programme visits will provide the necessary oversight given the magnitude of these allegations? I ask the Minister, surely it's time to consider regular unannounced visits to facilities such as this, because it's not the only institution which has allegations against about abuse of children. Otherwise, we cannot be sure that children are getting the care and the standard that they need.
Minister.
So I assure the member that unannounced visits by the Mental Welfare Commission do already occur. I think it's the commissioning of visits by the Mental Welfare Commission in combination with HIS is a new development as a result of the programme and the concerns that have been raised, and I am very clear that I would expect that to give us greater assurance both within this chamber and in the general public that standards are as high as we would expect and want them to be right across Scotland. On the issue of restraint, the Scottish Government is absolutely clear that alternatives to physical restraint should always be considered first, and the use of physical restraint should only ever be a last resort for the shortest period of time to ensure safety. Health boards have to ensure that they have policies in place covering all forms of restrictive practice and that staff receive appropriate training. And before any restrictive practice is considered, we would expect that other interventions are considered. Healthcare staff have a professional responsibility to accurately record all elements of a patient's care and treatment, including the use of restraint and the reasons for this. And the expectation is that episodes of restraint would be recorded in clinical case records.
Emma Harper, to be followed by Gillian Mackay.
As the Minister is aware, many of the young people in Skye House were diagnosed with an eating disorder, and we know the care and compassionate treatment that is essential as part of optimal recovery. This week marks Eating Disorders Awareness Week, and can the Cabinet Minister please advise how the Scottish Government is working to support improvement of inpatient eating disorder services and wider Scotland services, including those who require this further care and treatment?
Minister.
So, as the member has said, this very week is Eating Disorders Awareness Week, and I'm pleased to be speaking in the Chamber about our current work to improve and improve the support and services available later this afternoon, actually in the members' debate. We've recently published new national guidance for eating disorder services to ensure that everyone has access to a high-quality standard of care across all stages of care and treatment. And we've also made good progress responding to the short-term recommendations made by our National Review of Eating Disorders.
Thank you. Gillian Mackay, to be followed by Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. The testimony from those at Skye House was horrific, and I hope Government are supporting those who went through this and are ensuring they get the mental health support they deserve. Although NHS Lothian and NHS Tayside were not covered by the Disclosure Scotland programme, will the Minister be asking those boards to look into the practices at their inpatient units to ensure that any issues in care standards are properly investigated and resolved to ensure that this is not any more widespread?
Minister.
So let me reiterate again that the care and treatment of young people that was described in the programme is completely and wholly unacceptable, and I absolutely agree with the member on that issue. In terms of meeting with the NHS Lothian and NHS Tayside, which also have adolescent inpatient units, myself and the Cabinet Secretary are planning to do that tomorrow. We absolutely, all three adolescent inpatient units will be visited by HIS and the Mental Welfare Commission in combination. We absolutely agree that broader scrutiny and assurance of the system of inpatient care within Scotland is required, and we're determined to deliver that.
Alex Cole-Hamilton, to be followed by Fulton McGregor.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, the barbaric conditions and behaviours described at Skye House don't take place in our care homes because of the rigour and the reach of the Care Inspectorate. They don't take place in our prisons because of the rigour and the reach of the Prisons Inspectorate. What the disclosure documentary revealed, I think, was a deficiency in the rigour and the reach of the Mental Welfare Commission. Now, the Commission did visit Skye House on 7 occasions, that is true, but 6 of those were announced. So can I ask the Minister, what more is her government doing to examine the powers and the reach of the Mental Welfare Commissioner to make sure it has the teeth necessary to stop behaviours like this happening again?
Minister.
So I thank the member for that question. The Mental Welfare Commission have power, give us assurance on the application of the Mental Health Act, and their understanding of the situation in the inpatient units is limited by it being a snapshot, a single visit. They do have powers to visit unannounced, as the member says. I agree with, I'm clear that we are asking the Mental Welfare Commission and HIS to make joint inspections of all of our adolescent and inpatient units to provide exactly that scrutiny assurance and that confirmation of quality of care that we would all expect and that we are all seeking at this moment in time. That's why we have instructed, we'll be meeting with them before they plan these visits, and that is why we are keen to have an input into how these visits are supported.
Fulton McGregor, to be followed by Ros McCall.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. No young person should have to endure what the brave young people featured in the Sky House documentary underwent, and I commend them for coming forward. Can the Minister outline how these young people are currently being supported in the aftermath of these incidents, and can she advise how NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde will be fully equipped to ensure that this never occurs again?
Minister.
So I absolutely agree with my colleague that young people should be able to expect a high standard of care and treatment in our mental health services. I understand that NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde are actively engaging with the families of those highlighted in the programme to discuss their experiences and to provide answers to any additional questions that they might have. As I've set out, I consider it of paramount importance to ensure that these kinds of experiences are not repeated. That's why I've asked HIS and the Mental Welfare Commission to carry out a series of visits and to recommend what is required to ensure the quality and safety of our CAMHS inpatient units both now and into the future.
Ros McCall, to be followed by Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In the statement, the Minister commits to take all resultant recommendations on how we can improve the scrutiny of our CAMHS facilities very seriously. And it's shocking that young people have been treated in this manner, and the delay already mentioned by my colleague Megan Gallagher before anything is done by the Scottish Government. Now, the Minister rightly states that the Mental Welfare Commission is an independent body with limited timeframes for their visits. However, we need to ensure that the communication between the Commission and NHS boards is not only robust, but is able to flag up relevant concerns as a matter of urgency. So can the Minister outline what the current communication process is between the Mental Welfare Commission and the NHS boards, and how the Scottish Government intends to review the process to ensure that nothing follows through the gaps?
Minister.
So the member is absolutely correct to shine a light on the issue of how boards respond to Mental Welfare Commission concerns. The Mental Welfare Commission will write after either an announced or an unannounced inspection. They will make recommendations, and it is the expectation of ministers that those recommendations will be acted upon. They go into the usual clinical governance processes within the Health Board and should be acted on. What we are very keen to assure ourselves of, and this is the reason for myself and the Cabinet Secretary meeting the three Chief Executives and commissioning both internal and external reviews and commissioning the visits by HIS and the Mental Welfare Commission, is that we are absolutely determined to scrutinise that that process has occurred, that boards are taking on board the concerns that are being raised and are acting on them.
Jackie Dunbar.
Presiding Officer, I'm sure everyone in this chamber welcomes the news that HIS and the MWC will undertake a range of visits to all three adolescent inpatient units in Scotland. Can the Minister please advise if this will be expected to become a regular occurrence, and what role she expects HIS and the MWC to play in holding service providers to account moving forward?
Minister.
So I welcome the commitment from HIS and the Mental Welfare Commission to visit all three adolescent inpatient units. And as part of this, I've asked HIS and the Mental Welfare Commission to consider future arrangements for scrutiny and assurance, and I will consider their recommendations and their advice very carefully. The Mental Welfare Commission already undertake regular visits, including unannounced visits, to mental health inpatient settings, which will, of course, continue.
Thank you. That concludes the ministerial statement. The next item of business is Stage 3 proceedings for the Budget Scotland Number 4 Bill. In dealing with amendments, members should have the bill as amended at Stage 2. That is Scottish Parliament Bill 56A, the marshalled list and the groupings of amendments. The division bell will sound and proceedings will be suspended for around 5 minutes for the first division of the Stage 3. The period of voting for the first division will be 45 seconds. Thereafter, I will allow a voting period of 1 minute for the first division after a debate. And members who wish to speak in the debate on any group of amendments should press their request to speak buttons or enter RTS in the chat as soon as possible after I call the group. And members should now refer to the marshalled list of amendments. And we move to the group entitled The Scottish Administration Allocation of Resources. And I call Amendment 1 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with Amendments 2 and 3. Cabinet Secretary to move Amendment 1 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The 3 amendments proposed today update the budget bill to include an additional £25 million to support Grangemouth, as announced to Parliament by the First Minister on the 18th of February. This additional financial support will be funded through ScotWind revenues. It will be used to establish a Grangemouth Just Transition Fund, and it will be made available immediately in the new financial year to support businesses and stakeholders. The aim of this additional funding in 2025-26 is to expedite any of the potential solutions that will be set out in the Project Willow report, as well as support other proposals that will give Grangemouth a secure and sustainable future. I also welcome the UK Government's £200 million investment in Grangemouth, and it's important that our collective funding responds to the needs of business, the workforce and the community that are central to Grangemouth's future. Yes.
Stephen Kerr.
I welcome the £25 million and the £200 million, but I think the devil is always in the detail. So can the Cabinet Secretary tell the Chamber a bit more about how this £25 million will be administered? Will it be administered by GFIB? And if it is, who exactly is going to administer it within GFIB?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I know that the Cabinet Secretary has already set out some of the detail of this. But the aim is really to expedite any of the potential solutions that will be set out in the Project Willow report, but also consider proposals made by Unite and its members, for example, and continue to pursue other options, including as yet unknown potential investments. We want this money to work quickly and as flexibly as possible to give the opportunity to secure jobs at the Grangemouth site. However, Presiding Officer, I want to make this point. We must also see an urgent decision on the Acorn carbon capture and storage project if a just transition at Grangemouth is to become a reality. Now, Amendment 1 therefore amends Section 4 of the bill to increase the Scottish Administration's overall cash authorisation by £25 million to cover the additional portfolio spend provided for by Amendment 2. Amendment 2 amends Schedule 1 of the bill to increase the maximum spend of the Net Zero and Energy portfolio by £25 million to create the Just Transition Fund for Grangemouth. And to take account of this additional authorised spend, Amendment 3 amends Schedule 1 of the bill to increase the total amount of resources that the Scottish Administration is authorised to use by £25 million. So I therefore move Amendment 1 and urge all members to support this amendment and the others in the group.
Thank you, and I call Michelle Thompson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I just want to put on the record that I too very much welcome this £25 million. I think it's quite clear that it laid down the gauntlet to the UK Government to do something and come to the table as well after a period of some 7 months when they could actually have used the National Wealth Fund monies in the first place. And of course I'm pleased to note as well that it's what I would consider the proper use of ScotWind funds to build a future. Now, I think in terms of how quickly we can actually get projects on the table that can have a return in investment at pace will be vital. And I'm also pleased to put on the record that this money will be available immediately in the financial year. And I hope that that can start the process of enabling. Yes,
Stephen Kerr.
Ask Michelle Thompson whether she has any concerns about how this money will be distributed, the process by which it will be done. Does she have any concerns about the involvement of GFIB?
Michelle Thompson.
I don't have concerns about how it will be distributed. I do agree that the devil will be in the detail, and I think that is detail that needs to be worked out at pace, but I have no concerns that that won't be the case because the Scottish Government have quite clearly stated that this money will be available in the new financial year. So in some respect, it's a more critical enabler than the 200 million, where there's clearly a great deal of work if you read the criteria for the National Wealth Fund, as I have. So I'll finish by saying a comment I made earlier in terms of the topical question. What the elephant in the room is policy certainty. We need policy certainty around the likes of the Acorn project for carbon capture and utilisation and storage. Critically, if we are to enable green hydrogen, which might be a project that we can move forward with at pace. And of course, having the UK Government coming to the table if SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, is going to be a possibility in the future as well. So to summarise, I very much welcome this, and I thank the Scottish Government for taking this action.
Thank you. I invite the Cabinet Secretary to wind up.
Nothing further to add, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 1 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 2 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 1. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Formally moved.
Thank you. The question is Amendment 2 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 3 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 1. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Formally moved.
Thank you. And the question is that Amendment 3 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed, and that ends consideration of amendments. And as members will be aware, I am required under standing orders to decide whether or not, in my view, any provision of a bill relates to a protected subject matter, and that is whether it modifies the electoral system and franchise for Scottish parliamentary elections. And in the case of this bill, in my view, no provision of the Budget Scotland No. 4 bill relates to a protected subject matter. Therefore, the bill does not require a supermajority to be passed at stage 3. And the next item of business is a debate on motion 16562 in the name of Shona Robison on Budget Scotland No. 4 bill at stage 3. And I invite members who wish to speak in the debate to press their request to speak buttons. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary to speak to and move the motion. Up to 15 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm very pleased to open today's Stage 3 budget debate. This is a budget delivering record NHS investment, record local government funding, £4.9 billion in climate-positive investment, a universal winter fuel payment for the elderly, and the decisive steps necessary to effectively scrap the two-child benefit cap in 2026. So this is a budget that has been made stronger through engagement across this Parliament to build as broad support as possible. And as a result, there is progress on a range of matters that I think will help make Scotland a better place, not least the neonates affected by drugs funding and the piloting of a £2 bus fare cap. I do, of course, hold no expectations that the Conservatives will abandon their downward spiral as they chase the spectre of Nigel Farage, but nothing new there. But I do still hope that Labour members will back this budget, supporting the scrapping of the two-child cap, reintroducing a universal winter fuel payment, £34 million for culture, investing in primary care, among other matters that they suggest they support. Presiding Officer, the First Minister set out last week a further amendment to this budget in providing an additional £25 million to support the Grangemouth industrial cluster, and I'm pleased that Parliament has supported the amendments, taking the Scottish Government's support to almost £90 million. Now, I welcome the Prime Minister's subsequent announcement of the allocation of £200 million from the National Wealth Fund investment in Grangemouth. Our funding will be available immediately in the new financial year and can be utilised without match funding, and I hope that the National Wealth Fund monies will be offered on a similar basis. Carbon capture and storage is vital for a just transition to net zero. Advice from the Climate Change Committee describes the CCUS as a necessity, not an option. The Acorn project and the Scottish cluster are central to our environmental commitments and our economic ambitions, and that's why I continue to urge the UK Government to confirm the Acorn project as a matter of urgency. I back both the funding from the UK Government and the new funding we are putting forward, and we've worked constructively with the UK Government as we try to secure a just transition for Grangemouth. The question for Labour members is, will that constructive approach be repeated today? Will they join us in delivering nearly £90 million for Grangemouth in the final budget vote today? I certainly hope that they will. Presiding Officer, distinct, inclusive an approach to social security aims to tackle child poverty, support disabled people and carers. And we're proud of the increases in social security expenditure that we're delivering, helping around 2 million people. That includes £644 million in our package of benefits and payments only available in Scotland, including the game-changing Scottish Child Payment. I'll give way.
Thank the Minister for giving way. She may be proud of the social security policy, but the spending on social security is going to double to nearly £9 billion by the end of this decade. Yep. How does she intend to pay for that?
Cabinet Secretary. I've said many times we will make sure we prioritise the funding of social security spend, and I'll set out further details in the Sustainability Delivery Plan. But what the Tories have to tell us is who out of the 2 million people currently receiving support will they stop giving support to? Who will it be that the axe falls on the support? You have to set that out. And of course, in social housing, we're increasing the supply by investing £768 million in affordable housing in 2025-26. Now, Presiding Officer, growing our economy is of course central to the delivery of all our priorities, and this Government will invest over £7 billion in our total infrastructure package. The 2025-26 Scottish Budget prioritises major capital investment in the foundations of our economy, such as housing, transport, digital connectivity and delivering critical infrastructure. In delivering the wider investment that Scotland needs, the new 2025-26 Scottish Budget will include over £300 million of ScotWind funding that will deliver substantial investment in jobs and in measures to meet the climate challenge, investing in the long-term success of our nation. I want to make some progress. If I have time, I will. This budget invests over £2 billion in our colleges, universities and the wider skills system. But there's one institution in particular that is facing an immediate challenge, and that's Dundee University. And I want to thank Joe Fitzpatrick for the efforts he's made to raise the circumstances the university faces. Other members, including Michael Mara, have also contacted the Government. I can inform the Chamber that up to £15 million of financial transactions will be made available to the Scottish Funding Council to support the sector and universities such as the University of Dundee. Further work will be ongoing in the coming weeks on this matter, and the Minister for Higher Education will keep Parliament updated. Now, I know that Joe Fitzpatrick, having raised this issue, will back this budget that will help sustain Dundee University. The question from Michael Mara and his colleagues is a simple one. Will he put the city first or his party first? Will they back a budget that gives the university a future, or will they sit on their hands? Dundee will be watching what they do. Now, in tackling the climate emergency in 2025-26, we are committing £4.9 billion of investment with a positive benefit for climate. That includes improving our built environment by investing over £300 million in our heat and buildings programmes, supporting over 20,000 households to save up to £500 on their energy bills in a year, making their homes warmer and more comfortable. Very important, given that Labour have failed to deliver on the cut to energy bills that the public were promised during the election campaign, seeing the third rise on household bills. Yes, of course.
I thank the Deputy First Minister for taking intervention. Will she not acknowledge the fact that we've seen year-on-year cuts and we've not seen that investment in retrofitting that our constituents urgently needed?
Cabinet Secretary. Well, this is a massive programme of investment, £300 million in the heat and buildings programme, supporting over 20,000 households, but it only happens if people like Sarah Boyack support the budget. If she wants to see the investment in energy efficiency to keep people's bills down, then she has to vote for the budget to make it happen. Presiding Officer, I'll give way briefly to Fergus.
I'm very grateful. On the public buildings, Heat and Buildings Fund, I understand that as at last summer, the overall value of grants issued was $99,348,000 for works valued at $116 million. In other words, 85% of the work was grant aided, and in most cases the grant for just heating and insulating the building, the cost was actually more than the building was worth. Does the Cabinet Secretary not agree with me that this is an egregious waste of money that should come to an end?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I think what's important is 2 points. First of all, in making sure that buildings are insulated and the bills for running those buildings are kept as low as possible, which is what, of course, the Heat and Buildings programme seeks to do. But, of course, it's also part of meeting our climate obligations, which this government holds very important indeed. So this is one part of the journey to net zero, but is an important part nonetheless. Presiding Officer, this budget delivers £21.7 billion of investment in health and social care services, taking funding to a record level. Now, we understand that challenges remain and extra support is needed, and that's why almost £200 million is being provided to reduce waiting times and help support the reduction of delayed discharge. This budget also recognises the importance of local government and is providing local authorities with a funding package of over £15 billion in 2025-26, a record level of investment for local government. Investment, though, in public services must go hand in hand with reform, and that's why I'm making available nearly £30 million in 2025-26 to advance reform and enable future savings. Yes.
Stephen Kerr.
The Cabinet Secretary has given way, and she's mentioned Invest to Save. And we know that Minister Ivan McKee is leading this initiative. How much does she expect Invest to Save will save in this financial year?
Cabinet Secretary.
Will, of course, depend on the proposals that will come into ministers that Ivan McKee and colleagues will look at, and from that we'll determine, because they'll be scored essentially by what the Invest to Save will deliver in terms of savings. So at that point we'll be able to set out what that investment will deliver, and I'm sure Ivan McKee will be very happy to keep Stephen Kerr and others updated on the detail of that, and I'm sure he will continue to be interested in that. So, Presiding Officer, as I've said before, in order to see the benefits of this year's Scottish budget, this Parliament must now vote for it. Following spirited discussions that, whatever our other disagreements, the Scottish Green Party, the Liberal Democrats and ALPA have indicated that they can support this budget, and that is to be very much welcomed. And I thank them for their pragmatic approach, which sees this budget contributing towards their priorities. This is a budget to improve services, tackle child poverty and bring new opportunities. But Labour, so far, will not back it. But it's not enough to will the ends. You have to will the means. And would you like to give away?
Anna Sarwar is.
Do you get your card in first? Dearie me.
Anna Sarwar.
It's the Finance Secretary wanting me to come in. I'm more than happy to come in. Can the Finance Secretary tell me why the SNP voted against £5.2 billion of spending for the Scottish Government, the very spending she's now talking about?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thought for a minute that Anna Sarwar was going to abstain from his intervention just to keep the record of sitting on the fence going. But as Anna Sarwar knows fine well, the objection that we had was the means of a tax on jobs by hiking employers' national insurance contributions, which is being felt the length and breadth of Scotland, and those job losses can be laid at the door of Anna Sarwar and his Labour colleagues. So as I said, it's not enough to will the ends, you must will the means. And I would invite Labour members, even at this late stage, either individually or collectively, to vote for this budget today and show that you are participants in change, not just spectators. So, with that in mind, Presiding Officer, I would urge Parliament to support the budget, and I move that the Parliament agrees that the Budget Scotland No. 4 bill be passed.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I now call on Craig Hoy to open on behalf of the Scottish Conservatives. Up to 11 minutes, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The budget that we are asked to support today could have been very different. It could have cut taxes for hard-working Scots. It could have been pro-business. It could have set a new direction for social security, and it could have tackled the bloated SNP state. But despite a significant increase in funding, this budget imposes the heaviest tax burden in the history of devolution. For make no mistake, this budget will stifle economic growth. It will undermine capacity to raise revenues required to sustain schools, hospitals, roads and railways. And it raises the tax burden, not just on lawyers and bankers, but on nurses and teachers. The budget will pass, however, at stage 3 today with the support of the Liberal Democrats and without a flicker of opposition from spineless Scottish Labour. At the weekend, Anna Sarwar said, and I quote, "Today, I have submitted my application to be the next First Minister of Scotland." And now, rather than challenging the First Minister, he resigns himself to letting John Swinney's bad budget pass. Because this budget is the product of a cosy left-wing consensus, a bubble that is overshadowing Scottish politics, a bubble far removed from ordinary Scots, Scottish people who want the government to get off their backs, public services that work and to keep more of the money that they earn. And it is the Scottish Conservatives and the Scottish Conservatives alone who are determined to burst this bubble. Now, under the SNP, taxes are too high and too complex. The welfare bill and the size of the government machine is no longer sustainable. Public services are failing, and the Finance Secretary is living in a fool's paradise if she cannot see that Scotland's public finances are sliding into the danger zone. Audit Scotland, the Institute for Fiscal Studies and the Scottish Fiscal Commission have all sounded alarm bells in recent days. And the Definition Minister of Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Because devolved income tax decisions, I will in a moment, because devolved income tax decisions mean that Scottish taxpayers are paying £1.7 billion more than they would if rates and thresholds were the same as the rest of the UK. Yet the net funding that the Scottish Government receives is only £838 million, because the Scottish tax base has grown more slowly than the rest of the UK. This is a tax gap made in Scotland by the Scottish National Party, and I will give way to Mr McKee to say how he is going to plug this gap.
Minister Ivan McKee.
Very simple. The member talks about doing the same thing again and again and again, expecting different results. The result we expect is to balance a budget, which we've done time and again and again and again and again. And if the member's talking about cuts to social security, can you let us know whether that's going to come from support for disabled people, support from carers, support for the winter fuel payment for elderly people, support from the child payment taking tens of thousands of children out of poverty?
Craig Hoy.
I thank the Minister because it allows me to remind the Chamber and people watching today that the SNP's expenditure on welfare is set to double over the next 4 years. Perhaps he can explain how he intends to pay for that and actually if the Minister knocks on the same doors as me, he will realise that people would prefer to be getting treated in the NHS to get back to work and not languishing on benefits. Now, the Scottish Financial Enterprise says that the income tax changes in the Scottish budget fall short. I won't take an intervention at this point. The financial services sector is clear. Higher income tax rates in Scotland have failed to deliver more money for public services. They have deterred investment and undermined economic growth. And this budget freezes upper rate thresholds, and I concede that the SNP government is not alone in doing so. But income tax rates here in Scotland are higher than the rest of the UK, and this therefore further erodes and undermines our competitiveness. Freezing the top 3 income tax bands will cost taxpayers £76 million in the forthcoming year and £200 £244 million a year by 2030. Now, the Finance Secretary will say, of course, that many Scots will pay less. But this is a gimmick. It's a trick, because in raising the thresholds, the Minister is handing back only £24 million from a £60 billion budget, £1.21 per month for many Scottish workers. Now, while the changes to the lower tax bands are not significant enough to have any positive or meaningful behavioural changes, the changes to the middle and upper bands are doing real damage to the way that people are earning and working. And the Institute for Fiscal Studies says that Scotland's income tax system is completely unwarranted in its complexity. And also Scots now earning more than £27,000 are facing higher marginal tax rates than in the rest of the UK. Now, Presiding Officer, in our discussions with Shona Robison, we argued for tax cuts and a simplification of the tax regime. I don't think she got it, and I don't think she ever will, because her government is now addicted to big state high tax policies. And we proposed cutting income tax to 19% for every Scottish taxpayer earning up to £43,662. Under our plans, £2.7 million taxpayers would save an average of £222 a year. But it's not just in the income tax arena that Scots are being bled dry. Many Scots are struggling to get on the housing ladder or simply cannot afford the costs of moving home. That's why we proposed a tax cut for house buyers. Raising the LBTT threshold would benefit up to 60,000 home buyers each year, saving an average £800 on the purchase of their home. That's more for first-time buyers to furnish their first home and less money for the SNP to waste on baby boxes and overseas embassies. Now, Presiding Officer, Labour and the Liberal Democrats will today endorse 18 years of failure on the economy, on tax and on public service reform. They are sanctioning the waste in public services that they claim to oppose. And despite Labour's desperate attempts this weekend, it is clear that the Scottish Conservatives and the Scottish Conservatives alone are the only party willing to tackle waste in the public sector. Our new Scottish Agency of Value and Efficiency would do just that. And this year alone, we propose to save over £100 million cutting back-office functions and not touching expenditure in the front line. Instead, the SNP has added hundreds more senior civil servants to the payroll, and it is announcing it's spending £30 million, as Stephen Kerr hinted at, to make savings. Perhaps the Minister, when she sums up, or when he sums up, can explain how that money is going to be spent. I don't think I have time. Actually, I will give way.
Deputy First Minister Kate Forbes.
It's remarkable to see the Conservatives full of such great ideas these days, considering they were in office for 14 years and presided over some of the greatest waste this country has ever seen, not least the scams over PPE.
I daren't remind the Minister of the two ferries that cost nearly £500 million after a dodgy procurement process. Now, Presiding Officer, it's not just workers and homeowners who are being ground down by the SNP's high tax regime. It's the businesses which are the lifeblood of our local economies. The Scottish budget has lost £800 million of revenue due to the SNP's failure to grow the Scottish economy. For years, the SNP has failed to pass on business rates relief to Scotland's shops, pubs and restaurants. And despite the ferries and the DRS scheme, John Swinney still believes that his government can spend money more wisely than the businesses that have generated it in the first place. This year we called on the Scottish Government to support 100% rates relief on hospitality venues and called for rates relief to be extended in full to retail and leisure businesses. Now, ministers received £140 million in Barnett funding, but are passing on less than £30 million. And when pubs and shops close, both the SNP and Labour will share the blame for the combined effects of their budget decisions. And also many third sector providers risk going to the wall as a result of Labour's tax on jobs, and this budget does nothing to support them. Across Scotland, councils are being forced to raise council tax to cover the impact of historic SNP cuts and Labour's jobs tax. And we've calculated that Labour has cost Scotland £6.8 billion since it came to power last year, through the national insurance increase, the farm tax, scrapping the winter fuel payment and the full frontal assault on Scotland's oil and gas sector. But despite the decisions of Rachel Reeves and Sir Keir Starmer, the Scottish Government still isn't short of money this year. They will receive resource spending set to amount to £48.3 billion, with an overall budget higher than ever before. Ministers have the resources, but they lack the policies and the sense of purpose to drive productivity in our public services, because BME Scotland warns that more funding alone will not solve the NHS crisis. They say we need fundamental reform, not short-term fixes. Meanwhile, the benefit bill is soaring, with the SNP increasing spending by nearly £800 million this year, far more than in the equivalent in the rest of the UK. And the cost of the adult disability benefit payment rose from £2.7 billion in 2023-24 to £3.2 billion this year, and is set to reach £3.6 billion next year. Now, I recognise that is a valuable benefit for many, but nobody beyond the Holyrood bubble believes that it is always an investment to park people who could be working on sickness benefits rather than getting them fit and well and back into employment. Presiding Officer, the Finance and Public Administration Committee. I don't have time unless I could get the time back, Deputy Presiding Officer.
There's no time in hand.
I've taken several. The Finance and Public Administration Committee has raised serious concerns about a clear lack of a sustainable and strategic plan for Scotland's public services. And the SNP has also been criticised for failing to publish key financial plans, although we welcome the announcement of the medium-term fiscal strategy on May the 29th, but hope that it is both realistic and robust. Now, I concede that the Government has announced some concessions as part of budget negotiations, and some of this new expenditure is welcome. But more money for hospices, or the £25 million for Grangemouth, or the money announced today for Dundee University, could have been part of a more sensible, Mr Swinney, it could have been part of a more sensible and sustainable budget. I don't have time. I don't have time. I think I'll be summing up.
The member has got.
Now, this government claims, Mr Swinney claims that this government is about choices, but he keeps making the wrong choices. Yep. But we shouldn't be surprised, because John Swinney has form. He's the Education Secretary who wrecked the exam system, the Finance Secretary who bankrupted councils, and he is the First Minister who is ignoring repeated warnings that Scotland's public finances are set to crash around his ears. Now, this budget will pass tonight because of the support of the Lib Dems, Labour and the Greens. The Lib Dems have cut a deal.
Mr Hoy, you will need to conclude.
I will conclude. The Lib Dems have cut a deal, but Labour have cut no deal at all. Today is the last chance to stop the SNP's budget and turn a page on its misplaced priorities.
Thank you,
but it
Mr
will
Hoy.
be the Scottish Conservatives alone who stand up in doing so.
We will move on to the next speaker. I call Michael Mara to over on behalf of Scottish Labour, up to 9 minutes, and I would advise there is no time in hand. Mr Mara.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. In October, the Chancellor delivered the most progressive, redistributive budget in a generation, with record funding for Scotland. The largest budget settlement in the history of devolution. And let's be clear, the only reason that we have that additional £5.2 billion is because last July we elected a UK Labour government with Scottish Labour MPs at its heart, making the case for Scotland. And the only reason the measures set out in today's budget are possible is because Labour moved decisively to end austerity, to rebuild the public finances and to invest in public services. Labour brought forward a budget to end austerity. The SNP lined up with the Tories to vote against it. Meanwhile, the SNP in Holyrood is hailing the spending of the money the SNP in Westminster refused to vote for. So let's remember throughout this debate this afternoon, Presiding Officer, when the Finance Secretary and colleagues attempt further game playing ahead of decision time, that when it came to the question as to whether austerity should be ended, whether an additional £5.2 billion should be delivered for our NHS and our schools, what said the SNP? Well, the 9 voted no. Yes. You cannot just will the ends, you must will the means, Cabinet Secretary. Labour has got on and delivered for Scotland. On these benches, we will not stand in the way of Labour's record investment reaching the front line of public services. After years of Tory austerity and SNP incompetence, a funding boost is badly needed. But we know that there is no plan from the SNP government to use that money to deliver the lasting change and new direction for our NHS, our schools and our local services need. No, thank you, sir. If the SNP had ideas on how to change the direction of our NHS, our schools and our economy, we'd have seen them by now. They have long since lost their way. Take the budget position as a whole. They demanded additional spending at the UK level of a scarcely believable £70 billion. And as we know, they have opposed every means of raising any of that money in taxation. £45 billion of revenue raisers, all opposed. You cannot just will the ends, you must will the means, Cabinet Secretary. It's a negative fiscal adjustment. No, thank you, sir. No, thank you, sir. It's a negative fiscal adjustment, Presiding Officer, of £115 billion. It's not credible, it is ludicrous. So, having opposed all of those revenue-raising measures of the UK Labour Government, the First Minister then told Parliament on the 14th of November the UK Government should have increased income tax to the same level as Scotland. So the Fraser of Allender Institute had to set the First Minister right. No, thank you, Madam. And their analysis pointed out that, and I quote, if the UK Government increased income tax, the deduction to the block grant would be larger and the Scottish budget would be worse off. Surely the man, Presiding Officer, who negotiated the fiscal framework understands how it works. Labour boosted the budget by £5.2 billion, and John Swinney's income tax plan would have cost Scotland £636 million. It is fiscal ineptitude of the highest order. You cannot just will the ends, you must will the means, Cabinet Secretary. But there are, of course, no thank you, sir. And I'll come to. There are, of course.
Members, let the member continue to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There are, of course, positive measures in this budget, and I welcome support. I can give you one, First Minister. I welcome support for the University of Dundee. It is the most critical institution in my home city. 3,000 staff, 1 in 7 of the population are students. Simply put, it is too big to fail. No, thank you, sir, if you let me set this out. The consequences for staff, the city and the wider economy do not bear thinking about. I met with the First Minister one-to-one on the 28th of January to set out to him just how serious I believe that situation to be, and I appreciate his interest in the matter. I know the Scottish Funding Council have been working intensively with the university since then, and I've met and spoken with the Chief Executive of that organisation to assist her. There is still no recovery plan, Presiding Officer, in front of the trade unions or the community, but it is right the Scottish Government stands ready to intervene. I and colleagues will wait to see if that funding is equal to the challenge. And there are 2 reasons that there is a crisis at the university. A catastrophic failure of spending controls from the leadership of the university, but set against a business model based on 22% real terms cuts to Scottish student funding, which is driving universities across this country to make ever riskier decisions, endangering the long-term future of the institutions. Today's funding is welcome, but what we have here is an illustrative case, Presiding Officer, of the SNP fixing one symptom of a much greater problem that it has helped to cause. And there is nothing in today's announcement to get to grips with the wider failure of leadership from this SNP government, which imperils the future of Scotland's great universities. Yes, sir.
Kevin Stewart.
I thank Mr Mara for giving way, and it seems that he wants to support Dundee University. So, to will the ends, you must will the means. Therefore, you must vote for this budget today.
Michael Mara.
Presiding Officer, as I have made clear over this budget process, Scottish Labour will not stand in the way of the money reaching the front line. We refuse to do so. But the record of this government as the people who have caused much of these problems needs to be addressed. So it is welcome, of course, the Finance Secretary has used this budget to attempt to fix some of the most egregious of the mistakes made across last year's chaotic budget and the emergency budget that followed. There has been a lost year in house building due to those savage cuts to housing budgets, with record levels of homelessness and 10,000 children in temporary accommodation. Affordable housing funding has fallen in real terms since 22-23, and the instability wrought by this government on the sector has only served to fan the flames of Scotland's housing emergency. The narrowly drawn non-domestic rates relief in this budget will fail to pass on the money from the UK government for this policy, shortchanging far too many retail and hospitality businesses across Scotland and holding back our economy. SNP failure to get to grips with the crisis in our public services, no thank you sir, is costing Scotland, with millions spent on delayed discharge alone. We have, of course, from the ferry fiasco, the replacement for Barlinnie at 10 times the original cost, tens of millions of pounds burned on a national care service that didn't deliver a single extra care worker, a massive bill for waste. At least £6.7 billion of Scottish taxpayers' money wasted on vanity projects, ministerial incompetence, government by press release, policies announced with no analysis of the long-term cost. The Scottish Fiscal Commission, the Auditor General, the Fraser of Allender Institute, the Institute for Fiscal Studies, all of these trusted independent organisations have repeatedly warned of the need for the SNP to get control of the waste and get a grip of the mess of Scotland's budget, and yet they persist. Scotland is being let down by an irresponsible SNP government that has been reckless with your money for the taxpayers and feckless with your public services. Scotland needs a new direction, and Scottish Labour will deliver it. We will establish a Scottish Treasury with full oversight of spending across Scottish Government departments, putting an end to waste and ensuring Scots get value for their money. We will set out key tests of affordability and feasibility across all Scottish Government departments. We will get a grip of the public finances, no thank you sir, which have spiralled out of control due to SNP incompetence, waste and mismanagement. We will deliver genuine lasting reforms to rescue our NHS and other key services, ending the ATM rush for GP appointments, scrapping peak rail fares, removing the SNP's ideological block on nuclear power to secure our energy future. This weekend, the Prime Minister showed what Labour in government can do, committing £200 million from the National Wealth Fund to Grangemouth. Rather than looking for someone else to blame, the UK Labour government has stepped up to protect livelihoods and communities. That's what Labour governments do. It's what Labour governments have always done. A Scottish Labour government elected next year will call time on the poverty of ambition and deliver the new direction Scotland needs.
Thank you, Mr Mara. I now call on Ross Greer to open on behalf of the Scottish Greens. Up to 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I said in opening in the Stage 1 debate that when we announced the agreement that the Scottish Greens had come to with the government, a journalist asked me why we hadn't taken the opportunity to give the SNP what they said was a bloody nose after what had happened last year with the end of the Butte House agreement. And I've honestly not been able to stop thinking about why that question was asked and the assumptions it makes about politics and what we are all actually here to do, because it makes the assumption that this is all just a bit of a game and that we're all here to just get one up over each other. But politics as a game doesn't feed children, it doesn't create jobs, it doesn't protect our planet, it doesn't meet the needs of the people who sent us here. And that's what we're here to do. We've just seen over the weekend what happens in Germany when a government fails to meet the needs of the public. We're seeing that happen in real time at a UK level with a UK Labour government that's already lost a third of the people who brought it into office. And I get why journalists ask that question. Conflict is interesting, conflict is fun to write about, and cooperation is often boring. But as I said before, I know which of those has the better outcome. We're demonstrating this afternoon which of those has the better outcome for the people who sent us to this Parliament. And of course there are limits to compromise. Our parties believe in different things, quite rightly. But we were sent here to deliver. And as Craig Hoy is fond of pointing out, this Parliament does have an overwhelming majority of MSPs from parties that would identify to the left of centre to a greater or lesser extent. Indeed, by that measure, we are the most left-wing Parliament in Europe. It's not quite the socialist majority that Mr Hoy enjoys to warn us about, that spectre that he believes is haunting this country. If only that was the case, we could go much further and much faster on the kind of reforms that my party obviously believes in. I do find it interesting, though, that the Conservatives, when looking for examples of this apparent left-wing radicalism, constantly alight upon the baby box, of all things. And I wonder, what is it that the babies have done to you, colleagues? What is it about giving children the best start in life that is the go-to example of socialist radicalism in this country? I find that intriguing. But, Presiding Officer, when we were setting out the Greens' position ahead of this budget, we set two red lines. And the first was on tackling the climate and nature emergency, and it couldn't have been more timely, because as we've gone through this budget process, climate scientists have confirmed that the Earth has hit 1.5 degrees, exceeded 1.5 degrees of global warming. We have failed to meet what the countries of the world agreed to in the Paris Climate Agreement. To go above 1.5 degrees is a death sentence for entire nations. Likely by the end of the next term of this Parliament, there will be Pacific Island nations that cease to exist because of the world's failure to tackle the climate emergency. So the investment delivered in this budget could not be more critical. £4.9 billion of climate and nature positive spending. But it's not just about Scotland playing its part in tackling that global crisis. It's about creating jobs, lasting, high-quality jobs in our economy here, particularly as we transition away from the energy sources that have caused this crisis in the first place. And the second red line that we set out was around a real terms increase for local councils and an end to the council tax freeze, because they deliver the public services that we all rely on day to day and that many people have their greatest frustrations about. The lack of staffing for additional support needs in their children's school, their inability to get a social care package that meets their parents' needs, the fact that their bins haven't been collected this week. These are the practical problems that people across the country face. But as a result of that real terms increase delivered, not quite yet, but as a result of that real terms increase secured in this budget, a number of councils across the country have taken what would have been damaging cuts off the table. Mark Ruskell, my colleague, has been campaigning with communities in Perth and Kinross against proposed closures of libraries there. Those library closures have been withdrawn as part of that council's budget setting process. I do have to say, though, and I've made this point before, that I think that it is a terrible way to resource local government in this country for us to have this annual haggle over a couple of £100 million. And I've made the point before that it does make Scotland quite a significant outlier in European terms, that the vast majority of funding for a level of government, municipal government, is dictated to it by central government. That is why we need to move much further and much quicker on council tax reform in particular. Now, as well as both of the red lines that the Greens set out, we put forward a number of specific proposals in the budget, something that some other parties apparently found impossible. And I'm delighted that we've increased, for example, the Nature Restoration Fund to a record £26 million. That will create jobs across rural Scotland in particular. It will help us with projects like the restoration of what's left of our Atlantic rainforest. I've seen the difference that it makes in Arran, in my region, where the Coast charity, the Coast of Arran Seabed Trust, had, through this fund, a research vessel commissioned for them to be able to share with the world the benefits of the no-take zone at Lumlash Bay in particular. As the Cabinet Secretary has mentioned, we're going to proceed with a £2 cap on bus fares as a trial in one part of the country, both tackling the climate crisis through helping people keep the car at home and addressing the cost of living crisis. We're delivering free bus travel for asylum seekers, funding for the rollout of 20 mile an hour default speed limits in our residential areas, more free ferry travel for young islanders, increasing the additional dwelling supplement to raise money for public services and to help first-time buyers. We're moving forward with a consultation on the cruise ship levy, a new power for local government, and, of course, delivering more free school meals. These were difficult negotiations for my party. It's the first time in a long time that we were
not
need
to bring your mics to close, please.
In government or the only party dealing with the government and therefore in a significant position of leverage. But I'm proud of what we've achieved. I'm proud that as a result of this budget, more children will be fed and lifted out of poverty.
You will need to conclude,
buses
please.
will be cheaper and our natural environment
Thank you very
protected.
much. Thank you. I now call on Alex Hamilton to open on behalf of Scottish Liberal Democrats. I would remind members there is no time in hand. Up to 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I found myself reflecting on Ross Greer's opening remarks about reaching for consensus in this place rather than conflict. And Ross and I entered this chamber on the same day 8.5 years ago, and much of those 8.5 years have been characterised in this place by rancour and by conflict. And I think if we're in our heart of hearts, we should recognise that it's incumbent on all of us to reflect the better natures of the communities that we're here to serve. And we do not see that tribalism or that rancour reflected in those communities. And so it was. And in that spirit, moving on from the divisions of the past, Liberal Democrats sought to engage with the government on making the best budget deal possible. And it means that the budget will now deliver on Scottish Liberal Democrat priorities, by which I mean a new Belford Hospital for Fort William, a new iPavilion for our nation's capital, help for babies born addicted to drugs, with further investment totalling £2.6 million. And this is personal for me. I remind the Chamber of my interest that I worked for the organisation that will be the beneficiary of some of these funds. But I saw in that time just how important these interventions are. Supporting them is why I got into politics in the first place. We've also secured the right for family carers to earn more without having their support, their government support, withdrawn. My colleague Sir Ed Davey led the way on that at Westminster, and we followed suit here. There is the reinstatement of the winter fuel payment for Scotland's pensioners, and today we've learned just how timely that is, as millions of customers' bills will go up from this April. And last month we learned there are record numbers of households in Scotland in fuel poverty still. So that reinstatement is progress, albeit just the start of what is needed for the combination of Scotland's governments to answer that challenge. Then there is the £200 million improvement package for Scotland's social care, which in turn will help reduce NHS waiting lists and tackle issues such as delayed discharge, which cause an interruption in flow throughout the whole of our NHS. More money for local healthcare to make it easier for our constituents to see a GP at the first time of asking or get NHS dentistry near them, so vital to reducing the strain on our hospitals. There's extra backing for hospices and funding for new specialist support across the country for long COVID, ME and chronic fatigue. I have battled for more than 4 years now to get help for those unable to work, unable to go to school, unable to get on in life because they are still living under the shadow of what COVID can become. Support in Scotland has lagged behind the rest of the UK, so the challenge for the Scottish Government is to get on and improve the lives and care pathways of long COVID sufferers using this new investment the Scottish Liberal Democrats have secured. That's not all. We've secured £3.5 million so that colleges can deliver the skills that our economy and our public services need, with new programmes focused on skills in care and offshore wind to create the pipeline of those skilled workers for the careers of the future. Money too to provide a brighter future for the young people with complex needs who attend Corsford College in Renfrewshire. And my colleague Willie Rennie visited a fortnight ago to see how that money we have secured will make a difference to the students and staff. It should just be the beginning. We need a permanent commitment from the Scottish Government to ensure that no young person there is left without access to the further education they need, that they want and that they deserve. And an extra £29 million for additional support needs to help pupils and their teachers. This is all on top of progress on business rates, particularly in the hospitality sector. Funding to provide more affordable homes with 26% up, thanks to an extra investment of £172 million. Ring-fenced agriculture funding. The new commitment to focus ScotWind revenues on growing our economy, creating jobs, tackling climate change and driving reform. More money for local council services, including enhanced support for local authorities operating ferry services. That will make a big difference to Shetland and to Orkney. And ahead of the infrastructure investment plan, we have persuaded the Scottish Government to look in much greater detail at replacing the Kilmartin Special School in Cooper, Newborough Railway Station in Fife and the Gilbert Bain Hospital in Lerwick. Beatrice Wishart will not let anyone in this chamber forget the urgent need that exists here. Presiding Officer, Scottish Labour's decision to abstain confirmed once and for all that there will be no early election. That was always unlikely, which is why all along we sought to shape this budget proactively. This is not a referendum on the performance of the SNP. This is a means of getting things done, of unpicking some of the damage in our communities. And sometimes you just have to sit down and talk things through when you want to get things done. Lib Dem priorities will now be backed by hundreds of millions of pounds worth of government investment. There is a long list of policies and projects that we've won for our constituents and for Scotland as a whole. And so we will be voting for the budget today. Presiding Officer, let there be no doubt, we're not afraid to tell the truth to this government about, after 18 years on many metrics, is long since past its sell-by date. We have seen time and time again this government where it falls short, and we have called them out when it comes to the delivery. But when it comes to the interests of our constituents, I got into politics to get things done, to do right by them and to make good on the promises I made to them when they sent me here. And I think in large part, Liberal Democrats have succeeded in doing that today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Cole-Hamilton. We will now move to the open debate. Backbench speeches of up to 6 minutes. I would repeat, there is no time in hand and any interventions must be absorbed within the members' agreed time allocation. I call Kenneth Gibson to be followed by Douglas Lumpton. Mr Gibson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I congratulate the Finance Secretary on delivering this budget and our efforts to seek support from opposition. MSPs. There's now a clear divide between the grown-ups willing to work together despite policy disagreements for the well-being and progress of Scotland and those who obstinately refuse to meaningfully engage with Scottish ministers. I struggle to see how disengagement can be other than detrimental to the interests of constituents. This budget delivers record funding for health and social care, including £1,006.6 million for NHS Air Shona, an increase of 13.9%, £123.1 million. An additional £57 million for Police Scotland, £768 million for affordable homes, a 57% increase on this year. Over £15 billion for local authorities, including an additional £22.8 million, 6.3% increase for North Ayrshire Council. That will certainly help meet next year's PPP cost of over £16 million bequeathed by Labour almost 2 decades ago. A ferry services capped allocation rising by 49.3% from £158.9 million to £237.1 million. Shows the Scottish Government has put its money where its mouth is to buy and redevelop Ardrossan Harbour. I urge those who bumped their gums about harbour redevelopment to help make it a reality by backing this budget. Scottish ministers will deliver funding in areas the UK Government won't, such as free prescriptions, free university tuition and 7 social security payments, with no UK equivalent, including the Scottish Child Payment. This will rise to £27.15 per week for a third of a million Scottish children. Of course, in previous years, Labour MSPs called for it to be £40 a week. In power now at Westminster, and with the equivalent in England under a Labour Government precisely zero, we now seldom hear such calls. And this budget delivers for our public sector workers, median hourly pay in Scotland being almost 5% higher than the rest of the UK. However, ultimately, to deliver public services, we must grow the economy and our tax base. But there is much in this budget for businesses to welcome. The 100% relief for hospitality premises on islands continues. SNP government action ensures that across North Ayrshire, 4,100 businesses and community organisations will receive £17.4 million in rates relief, with 3,500 paying no rates at all. The Scottish National Investment Bank's 13.2% funding uplift to £200.4 million will help attract private sector investment, such as the £2 billion earmarked by XLCC for Anderson in my own constituency. The establishment of a Cabinet subcommittee on investment and the economy will help drive growth. This contrasts with Westminster Labour decisions, not least their U-turn on £800 million promised for Edinburgh's supercomputer, and failure to deliver £1 billion of promised carbon capture investment. Labour's Scotland branch office was ignored over WASPy women, cuts to pensioners' winter fuel payments and the 2-child cap, and the voters know it. Michael Mara might believe Scotland's at the heart of the UK Government, but I doubt many others do. Labour promised not to increase national insurance, but has. Their tax on jobs is an act of economic stupidity, introduced despite the Office for Budget Responsibility warning the Chancellor that raising the levy would impact on wages and investment. 75% of that is on pay. At £850 an employee, those on low wages are disproportionately impacted. The remaining 25% is lost business investment. Mr Mara.
Michael Mara.
I appreciate the member giving way, and I recognise his opposition to the increase in employment national insurance contributions. Can he tell me what means that he would have taken to raise that money that could have been raised this year? Not a future wealth tax, but this year.
Kenneth Gibson.
Mr Mara, raising a huge amount of money only to then have to use some of that to subsidise public services subsequently is not necessarily a good idea. But you could have looked at gambling, you could have looked at tax and gaming, big tech, reverse tax cuts on big banks, land taxes, online sales taxes. There are a lot of innovative things that you can do this year, Mr Mara. There is indeed. And you actually... Now, I'm sorry, I've taken an intervention that's coming out in my 6 minutes. I would have taken a second one, Mr Johnson. The reality is your party promised no national insurance
always through
increases.
The chair, Mr Gibson.
You shouldn't have imposed them if you didn't mean it. Yeah. According to the OBR's October 2024 Economic Outlook, this policy will cost 50,000 people their livelihood. Only last week, car manufacturer Toyota said it will lead to a rapid increase in the replacement of workers with robots. Labour's tax on jobs will be keenly felt by the public, private and third sectors, adding £540 million to the cost of delivering public services in Scotland, while the Scottish Council for Voluntary Organisations estimate third sector costs of £75 million, all at Labour's door. The Scotland branch office looked on as only 60% of the public sector impact was met by their London bosses, despite previous assurances. The £96 million shortfall for local government alone is equivalent to a 3.3% rise in council tax. So despite the huge national insurance burden imposed by Labour, their MSPs continue making a plethora of spending demands without any indication whatsoever as to how these should be funded. For example, although average household water bills will rise by 26% in England and Wales, Dame Jackie Bailey called for the 9.9% increase in Scotland to be met by the Scottish Government, omitting from where in the Scottish budget she would find the £118 million required. A one-year-only increase in the UK's capital allocation is welcome, but with capital budgets flatlining at best thereafter, by 2930, Scotland's capital allocation will be less in real terms than 7 years earlier, only with less build for our buck. But what of those paragons of fiscal rectitude, the Tories? From the ludicrous £700 million Rwanda scheme, billions squandered on HS2 down south, PPE, to the profligacy of our very own Douglas Lumsden, the 987 question, £100,000 man, asking daft questions about honey jars and salt sachets. Questions more for prepping a Holyrood quiz night than holding ministers to account.
Mr Gibson, you will need to conclude.
A memorable number, obviously plucked from
Mr Gibson.
nowhere.
Thank you, Mr Gibson. I now call Douglas Lumsden to be followed by Kevin Stewart. Up to 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I'd like to remind members of my declaration of interest that shows I was a councillor at the start of this session. Presiding Officer, I'm proud to be standing here today with my colleagues as the only party who are willing to stand up to this devolved SNP government. Because this budget is bad for businesses and individuals right across Scotland. It will leave them poorer, stifling growth, limiting opportunities and hitting our vital industries hardest. And it's shameful that the other so-called opposition parties are signing up hook, line and sinker to this budget. Only the Scottish Conservatives are calling out for what this is. I'll come back to you later if there's time. A raid on individual wallets and business profits. A budget that is so lacking in ideas and policies to encourage growth and drive innovation in our economy. There are two key areas that I want to focus on today, Presiding Officer, that highlight this selling out of our communities and industries. The first is our local authorities. The folly of the rise in national insurance from the Westminster Government has put our local authorities under immense pressure. And the ill-thought-out council tax freeze last year that flew in the face of the Verity House agreement has created the perfect storm for our local councils. Inflation-busting council tax rises are being seen the length and breadth of Scotland. No wonder this Labour branch office is siding so closely with the SNP government on this budget. They are both equally to blame for the 10% council tax rises that we are seeing imposed on our hard-working communities. And with inflation rising, again due to Labour, this is putting untold pressures on the wallets of individuals throughout Scotland. They are seeing rising costs everywhere and are still paying more in tax than their colleagues south of the border. The SNP promised that the increase in tax would lead to additional funds for services. If there's time later on, I'll come back to you. But as my colleague Liz Smith pointed out at the time, and economic experts highlight now, the higher income tax rates in Scotland have led to less rather than more money for public services. And it's that knowledge and understanding that we will miss next session as Liz Smith has decided to stand down, and I am, for one, will miss her wise words. And this funding matters, Presiding Officer. It matters because, as a former leader of a local council, I know how crucial local authorities are in early intervention and prevention. Now, this government often speaks about early intervention and prevention, but they talk the talk, but they don't walk the walk. Because so much early intervention and prevention is done by local authorities, particularly in health and social care. And this means that less money is needed to deal with crisis situations later on. Now, my colleague Brian Whittle spoke last week about obesity and the impact that will have on healthcare going forward. But without proper funding for local councils, we are seeing swimming pools and sports centres closing along with libraries, school sport clubs being axed and kids sitting in front of computer screens instead. We need a new approach. And it's much better for the public purse to ensure that issues are dealt with early on, that the elderly can stay at home as long as possible without a great care package, rather than ending up in long-term care or bed blocking in our hospitals. And it's much better to ensure that families get support through well-funded social work and support services than deal with family breakdown and children requiring additional care. And it's much better for local authorities to offer a well-rounded education package to our young people with additional needs than to arrange out-of-area placements because they can't find provision in the area where they live. But continued cuts to local authorities, increased wage bills through national insurance hikes and irresponsible pay deals have all meant that local authorities are facing the prospects of withdrawing vital services altogether. And the second area I want to focus on today, Presiding Officer, is the lack of funding that has been allocated to the North East. The Just Transition funding for North East and Moray was announced in 2022. Meant to be £500 million over 10 years. You would expect about £50 million per year, but this figure has slowed right down over the last 2 years. 12 million this year and 16 million next year. The snail pace, along with the hostility shown to the oil and gas industry, means there won't be much to transition. Aberdeen is on its knees right now. House prices are falling through the floor as people are moving away. There needs to be urgent action. But this is not the only broken promise to the North East. £200 million was promised to improve rail journey times by 2026. Not even 10% of that was delivered, and there's nothing in this year's budget. Just grand announcements made years ago, but no delivery, just like the dualling of the A96 and the dualling of the A90 to Peterhead and Fraserburgh. So why should the people of the North East believe them anymore? In conclusion, Presiding Officer, the Scottish Conservatives remain the only party that will stand up to this SNP government and their partners, the Scottish Labour Party. And it's only the Scottish Conservatives that are offering an alternative to the growth-destroying, innovation-depressing policies being discussed here today. We will be the only party that is standing up for a just transition for the North East. And I'm proud, along with colleagues, to be the only party to vote against this damaging budget today. We will stand up for businesses, we'll stand up for communities and stand up for local authorities when the rest of the politicians in this building will not. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Lumsden. I now call Kevin Stewart to be followed by Sarah Boyack. Up to 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And I would say it was a pleasure to follow Douglas Lumsden, but I'm not so sure about that. And if Douglas Lumsden wants to spend money wisely, then he should think about lodging, or about not lodging, so many what looks like AI-generated questions, which cost £100,000, which would be much better spent on public services. Colleagues, and I do mean colleagues. Oh, I'll take your intervention, yeah.
Through the chair, Douglas Lumsden.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Maybe he wants to silence opposition, but I won't be silenced. And maybe he can tell me where he gets this figure of 100,000. Was there 25 extra staff employed here in January?
Kevin Stewart.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And I get the £100,000 from the fact that the last time the question was asked, how much does it cost to answer a written parliamentary question, the answer was £98.25. So there we go, and that was in 2008, as Mr Gibson has just reminded me. So it's probably well over £100,000. So that's money that could have been spent on public services instead of trying to find out about salt sachets in the canteen. Colleagues, and I do mean colleagues,
Mr Stewart,
Parliament.
Mr Stewart, could you resume your seat? There is far too much shouting across the chamber. I'm sure it's not for my benefit. I don't think anybody's benefiting. Kevin Stewart, continue, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Colleagues, and I do mean colleagues in this Parliament, we follow the European norm of proportional representation, cooperation and coalition building. And I'd like to thank those in the Greens, the Lib Dems and Ash Reagan for working constructively with the SNP government to produce a budget for the whole of Scotland. On the other hand, I have to say that it is sad to see the old guard of Labour and the Tories being so wed to the politics of Westminster and opposition for opposition's sake, so that all they can do, as per usual, is carp from the sidelines. The First Minister has made it clear that this budget is about delivering on the issues that matter most to the folk of Scotland. And this budget will address the priorities of improving public services, eradicating child poverty and growing our economy, and tackling the climate emergency. The budget will deliver a record £2 billion increase in frontline NHS spending, taking overall health and social care investment to £21 billion. I'm sorry, I have no more time. This includes a record £2.2 billion for primary care services to ensure that you can see a GP when you need one. And I do hope that some of the investment, this new investment, will go into community pharmacy. As I heard in a visit to Charles Mickey's pharmacy in Aberdeen yesterday, they are doing their level best for people and delivering preventative services. In addition, there is specific funding to help reduce waiting times and improve capacity, treating over 150,000 extra patients and expanding the Hospital at Home programme by 600 beds. Many of our most vital public services are provided by local government. And to recognise this budget will send a record £15 billion to local government to support essential services. But it is a great pity that local authorities are having to face the burden of Labour's employers' national insurance contribution hike, because a large amount of the council tax increases that we have seen are entirely down to that hike, which is a tax on jobs and was entirely unexpected. So while this budget provides for public services that Scots rely on, we simply cannot ignore the impact of Labour's national insurance tax grab. Alongside this, Presiding Officer, we'll begin the work to lift over 15,000 children out of poverty by ending Westminster's two-child cap in Scotland. And this will go alongside our world-leading Scottish child payment. Eradicating child poverty should be at the very heart of all that we do. And at the heart of this budget, as always, Presiding Officer, is the social contract. And we will continue to deliver for the people of Scotland with free prescriptions, free university tuition, free school meals, free childcare for 3- and 4-year-olds, as well as eligible 2-year-olds, free bus travel for almost 2.3 million people, and an NHS free at the point of use. To pay for this social contract, we believe in progressive taxation. And while we will ask the richest in our society to pay a little more, most people will pay less tax in Scotland than they would do in England. Now, we know where the Tories stand today, but Labour must decide whether they want to support the NHS and eradicate child poverty. Are they going to vote today for the benefit of Scotland or for the benefit of Starmer? The choice is theirs.
Thank you. I now call Sarah Boyack to be followed by Christine Graham. Up to 6 minutes, Ms Boyack.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I start by apologising to the Finance Secretary because I inadvertently promoted her to Deputy First Minister earlier, so better collect the record there. As Michael Mara highlighted in his contribution, we've had years of mismanagement, poor decision-making, and that's led to cuts in vital areas where we should have instead seen investment. And as a Lothian MSP, it's been incredibly frustrating seeing the flip-flopping on the eye pavilion, where patients are now seeing their treatments being disrupted. And years of delay will mean that when the much-needed new eye pavilion is finally designed and built, it will be years late and way more expensive. And we need investment that we're not seeing in Lothian now. We urgently need to see our young people getting access to CAMS services and the community projects that would give them the support they need. And not just the long waits that impact has on their health, but it also impacts on the well-being of their parents too. We've also seen millions wasted in the SNP's centralising national care plans, which haven't seen any new carers when we urgently need them now, for caring our community support people, letting them live at home and not be stuck in hospital. And while the SNP highlight the amount of money being put into those services now, it is made possible only by the £5.2 billion of funding, record funding from our UK Labour government. And we want to see more on outcomes, not in self-congratulatory minor changes to previous budget cuts. And it's really frustrating because in all the areas I've just highlighted, the SNP government has been told for years about the need for strategic and consistent investment, not cuts to our council budgets that have put massive pressures on our schools and our communities. I also want to say that it's harmed our councils in playing the vital role that's needed in supporting our local communities to tackle our climate and nature emergencies. I was deeply disappointed to see the actual budget lines on energy efficiency and decarbonisation. They've faced real terms cuts, another missed opportunity. We've got the heat and buildings bill delayed, missing in action. We've got solar support removed from energy efficiency grants. And it's now over a year since Council submitted their LHE's proposals. So I have to say to the Cabinet Secretary, there's no actual plan to deliver on decarbonising heat in our homes and buildings, because we need to see investment and support for our colleges, and access to funding and support for SMEs, so that we can see the access to the training and the apprenticeship opportunities that you actually need if you're going to give the good quality jobs and training in every community across Scotland now to lower our climate emissions and provide warmer homes. There is a real challenge. If it's very brief. Yep.
Ross Greer, briefly.
I'm grateful to the member for taking the intervention. I think she makes an absolutely fair point around energy efficiency, but she'll be aware that it is an incredibly expensive programme. The only tax policy Scottish Labour have put forward would take hundreds of millions of pounds out of the Scottish budget. How would she fund that energy efficiency programme?
Sarah Boyack.
I just go back to the £5.2 billion opportunity that's being missed, and also the fact that this is a year-on-year problem. This is about money being cut year over year. And it's not just our homes and buildings. How are we supposed to tackle the urgent issue of protecting our planet if nature and energy are not even given a second or third thought in the budget? Look at the £15 million allocated for the Just Transition Fund. The SNP previously made a commitment of £500 million over 10 years to be given to this fund. So it surely means there should be £50 million this year, not 15. And we've been hearing that a lot of people now see the term just transition as meaningless. We need to see real policies. If we want jobs in clean energy, clean heat and renewables technology for years to come, those industries need proper investment now, not in a decade's time. Now, thankfully, the UK Government is absolutely serious about the climate and just transition. And that's why Keir Starmer made the commitment at the weekend for the £200 million in Grangemouth, which is vital if we're to see the investment needed for new jobs and innovation with decent jobs and opportunities now. And the Just Transition Commission has been clear that our communities need to see that support for training to enable people to develop their skills and benefit from the new tech, the new opportunities that are here if we seize those opportunities. I also want to highlight an issue that's not been mentioned yet, and that's about the huge opportunities that can come from developing community renewable energy efficiency projects and low carbon infrastructure. There is good work that's happening in Scotland, but it's stretched. It's not at the scale we need, and our communities need a lot more support if they're fully going to realise the potential of our renewables revolution. We also need investment in adaptations, because communities are being hit now by the impact of extreme weather, and that means flood management schemes, peatland restoration and land management that creates local jobs and investment to address our climate and our nature emergencies. But we've got to be strategic with that investment. Once again, the Scottish Government can celebrate the cash that's gone towards peatland restoration, but avoid talking about why we are missing our peatlands targets consistently. It's because the workforce and supply chains are currently insufficient to meet the significant challenge of 250,000 hectares of peatland being restored. With an additional £5.2 billion from the UK Government, there was so much more this budget could have delivered. But after 18 years of inefficiency and spending waste, our constituents will not see the investment that we urgently need. So this budget isn't good enough. It could have been way better with the additional money this Government has now got. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I now call Christine Graham to be followed by Tim Eagle. Up to 6 minutes. Ms Graham.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. As we all know, across the public sector, a substantial proportion of the funding allocated either to the NHS or education, indeed all public services, is in fixed costs. Staff, including wage increases, employer pension contributions and national insurance contributions, to which I'll come shortly. It includes additionally, for example, in the NHS, the cost of the ambulance service, running the hospitals, medications and payments to GP practices, for example, for their contracts with their NHS boards. So there isn't much room for flexibility. Reform, efficiency, yes, and that is a task of Minister Ivan McKee. Thankfully, he is not Elon Musk. So this budget had to cover the increased salaries across the public sector with ancillary employer costs, none of which we would begrudge to nurses, police and so on. But that body blow of the increase in employers' national insurance has made a huge dent in the money available for these frontline services. COSLA alone has estimated that the additional cost to councils will be £240 million. And what's welcome that the SNP Scottish Government has committed to providing councils with an additional £144 million to support the cost of that hike. But that doesn't cover the entire cost. Indeed, across Scotland, public services will face a bill of more than £700 million. Despite this, the UK Government has suggested it will not reimburse the cost in full, which could leave Scotland some £300 million short. That increase to councils will help cover their additional and recurring cost of pay rises to teachers, social work and refuse collectors and so on, which was deserved and was mainly a consequence of years of Tory austerity climaxing in Trussonomics. Now Labour's national insurance increase makes sure some of that will just simply go straight back to the Treasury. That is not all. The impact of this national insurance increase across the economy will be damaging to all sectors. I already know of businesses not expanding and indeed some looking to cut staffing because they cannot meet this increased bill. There are serious consequences for the care sector, supportive of the real living wage, but finding this, on top of increased national insurance, just a measure too far. Then there's the impact on the charities. In Scotland, with 136,000 employed in the charitable sector, it is reckoned to cost our charities £17 million a year. For example, for the SSPC alone, £400,000 a year. Four Square Scotland is an Edinburgh charity supporting people who face homelessness. They employ around 120 people with a turnover less than £4 million. They deliver public services on behalf of the local authority and have very limited options for finding money for those unexpected costs. And they are considering whether they can afford a cost of living salary increase for staff in April 2025 or whether they need to cut posts. The strain on the voluntary sector will therefore impact on public services, as there is bound to be displacement from them to the public sector and increasing demand. To that national insurance pressure, we can add the current 3% rise in the cost of living and on an upward trajectory, compounded now by that 6.4% increase in the energy cap, which will cost Scottish consumers £281 on average per year, with the average energy debt in Scotland, and this is from CAB Scotland, £2,500, and in rural areas worse at £3,100. Now, that is the economic climate set by UK plc against which the Scottish Government budget endeavours to deliver with increasing demand on our public services. High on the list is the issue of poverty, particularly child poverty, which will increase for the reasons I've outlined above. Already these have been mentioned. I mentioned again the highly popular baby box with over 90% uptake, universal free school meals P1 to P5, the Scottish Child Payment, currently £26.70 every child under 16 in a qualifying household, removing the two-child benefit cap, the return of universal winter fuel payment, the introduction of breakfast clubs, free travel for pensioners, many disabled under 22, no tuition fees, a great list. That's what our taxes pay for. Finally, setting a budget is about choices, as we all know. Not everything can be achieved. This government, in my view, has made good choices. What a contrast to UK Labour, undermining our farming community with an inheritance tax, leaving pensioners out in the cold, removing the universal winter fuel payment, defending the two-child benefit cap, and that hike in employers' national insurance. What a difference in our budget priorities, and what a difference if we had full control over our economy with independence.
I call Tim Eagle to be followed by Stuart McMillan. Up to 6 minutes. Mr Eagle.
Well, thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I remind members of my register of interest as a farmer? Now, prior to the SNP government publishing its budget for the year ahead, there was, within agricultural circles, a sense of some hope. A sense that, unlike the Labour government, who have taken an axe to rural life with their own budget decisions, this government was listening to farmers and crofters. But then the budget was published, and rural communities realised that the SNP government were never listening at all. The Rural Affairs, Land Reform and Islands portfolio was the only Scottish Government portfolio to see a real terms cut of 3.1% in day-to-day spending, according to the Institute of Fiscal Studies. Meanwhile, of course, the SNP hiked up spending in the Constitution Department by 9.2%. That is the real priority of this SNP government laid bare. Many in the rural sector were disappointed, and with no doubt remain disappointed, that the SNP government have failed to deliver a multi-year funding announcement for agriculture, and yet have the cheek to blame the UK government for this. The Labour government have given the SNP government the choice of what to do with the agricultural funding in excess of £600 million each year. Isn't it telling that even with that level of funding guaranteed, the SNP won't commit it to agriculture for the years ahead? I am equally concerned about the cuts to the Marine Directorate budget. I have heard from fishermen in my region who are increasingly alarmed by what they see as the increasing levels of EU vessels breaching rules that domestic vessels abide by, and that this will only get worse, especially if Labour and Sir Keir Starmer increase EU access to Scottish fishing waters next year. This happens primarily because of a perceived lack of action by the Marine Directorate and infrequent patrols. But I don't just hold concerns about this budget when it comes to farming and fishing. On health, I remain worried that rural Scotland will once again be left behind on new infrastructure projects and investment. Projects including a new hospital for the Isle of Barra, upgrades to Dr Gray's in Elgin, or a new hospital for Fort William have all been in the pipeline for many, many years, and yet no progress has been made, despite repeated promises. On transport, this budget does little to convince me that investment into important arterial roads in my region will be any further forward. Constituents in Argyll and Bute, for example, remain exasperated at the glacial pace it is taking to deliver a long-term solution to the A83 Rest and Be Thankful, while communities in Murray and the North East remain weary at the failure to dual the A9 and A96, in large part thanks to this government pandering to the Greens. On education, the Scottish Government's own school escape statistics 2024 show that rural schools are twice as likely to be in poor or bad condition compared to urban schools. A prime example of this is on the Isle of Mull, where parents are currently battling with Argyll and Bute Council to deliver new schools to replace a mould-infested, dilapidated building. The Scottish Government seems uninterested in delivering what will truly work for many generations of islanders to come. Their funding pot simply not enough to support what is actually needed. While investment in school buildings largely falls to local government, as a councillor, I have experienced myself years of funding cuts and increased use of ring fencing, making it impossible for many local authorities to make investments which will have long-term gain for communities. On infrastructure, the SNP's much-vaunted WAR100 programme, which was supposed to have delivered superfast broadband to every property by May 2021, is now set to be delivered 7 years late. In my own region, not a single property in the Western Isles has yet been upgraded. For all these reasons and many more, I will be joining my colleagues from the Scottish Conservatives to vote against this budget. The First Minister wants to convince Scotland this is a budget for its people. It's not. This budget does not meet the needs of ordinary hard-working Scots who want investment and real change in their frontline services. How any SNP, MSP can genuinely sit in this chamber and suggest to me local authorities have received record funding whilst essential public services are cut and council tax rise by extraordinary amounts by councils of all political colours, including their own, is beyond me. As the newest MSP in this chamber, I've picked up quickly on the SNP's ability to spin. But spin this as they might, I'm confident that the SNP has no real vision for Scotland. At best, a short-term vision centred on politics, not people. Years of council tax breaches which have destroyed local democracy, essential public services. The constant need to raid the ScotWind monies to balance poor budget choices. No progress on essential internet. Stalling progress on child poverty. An NHS in crisis. GPs on their knees. Teachers facing increasing violence. Houses not being built. National Care Service plan in pieces. Land reform plan so bad their own Quango rejects it. And a tax policy that they keep telling me is progressive, but we all know that really it's not. I would not often quote a former Labour MP, but I think Brian Wilson in The Scotsman is right. The modus operandi of the SNP has and will always start with a headline and work backwards. The SNP will always play the politics first and worry later about making any real lasting difference. Presiding officer, they're upset because they know I'm speaking the truth. That's why they're quiet, Presiding officer. That's the problem. Presiding officer, I am a Scottish Conservative because we sit on the side of taxpayers. We're the only party with common sense policies that meets the need of ordinary Scots with a desire to see growth, improvement in public services and, for once, a focus on real lasting change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Eagle. I now call Stuart McMillan to be followed by Sanders Golhani. Up to 6 minutes. Mr McMillan.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I actually quite enjoyed Tim Eagle's addition for the fringe comments a few moments ago. But I'm pleased that this budget will pass today. The First Minister has made clear his focus is on delivering on the people's priorities. That's eradicating child poverty, growing the economy, improving public services like our NHS, and also tackling the climate emergency. The engagement from the Greens, the Lib Dems and Alba on this budget has been welcome, and it has provided a level of reassurance that the process would not be dragged out, which actually leads to a sense of uncertainty for local government, businesses and also the wider public. Now, I welcome the record £2 billion increase in frontline NHS spending, taking overall health and social care investment to £21 billion, including an increase in capital spending power of £139 million from 24-25.
Brian Whittle, briefly.
Very grateful for Stuart McMillan to take an intervention. It's not actually the health budget that I have a problem with, it's how the Scottish Government direct it. I wonder if the member doesn't recognise that it's the underinvestment in policies such as development and adoption of healthcare tech and AI, as well as the lack of investment in the ability to have people be active. It's actually causing the need to continually increase the budget with
Stuart McMillan.
Areas where Brian Whittle and I will actually agree on when it comes to aspects of health, and I do genuinely feel as if there can be more investment into the use of technology to help in terms of a preventative approach. But I would also gently remind Brian Whittle that we've had 14 years of Conservative austerity before. 14 years of Conservative austerity before Labour obviously won the election, and they are continuing some of that austerity since they came into power last year. I also welcome the record £15 billion of local government to support the services that communities rely upon, committing to matching the UK Government by raising the earnings threshold for carer support payment and carers allowance to £196, providing £768 million for affordable homes, enabling over 8,000 new properties for social rent, mid-market rent and low-cost home ownership to be built this coming year, restoring the universal winter heating payment to every pensioner household, and developing the systems necessary to effectively scrap the impact of the two-child cap in 2026. And I want to highlight some other aspects of the budget. I welcome the additional £1 million for hospices, taking the total support to £5 million, as I know how challenging hospice funding actually is. Now, for Argyll Hospice in one constituency, they advised me that it costs approximately £11,000 per day to run their services. This is why I do think we still do need to go further when it comes to hospice funding, and there's been a variety of colleagues from across the chamber who very much support a look and a thorough examination of hospice funding. Hospice finances. We know hospice finances are to be raided, like other finances that be raided by Labour's UK government through the increased employers' national insurance contributions, demonstrating how decisions taken in Westminster impact devolved areas, especially financially. Now, as the Labour UK Health Secretary Wes Streeting stated last year, and I quote, "All roads lead back to Westminster." So the financial hit our public and third sector organisations are to attempt to deal with are the sole responsibility of the Labour UK government. That's why I support the calls for the UK government to fully fund this raid on third and public sector organisations. Inverclyde Council hasn't yet set its budget, and that's going to happen next week. However, the first 7.1% of any increase in council tax is Labour's tax to own. Another welcome announcement in the budget is the £158 million uplift for the education and skills portfolio, including additional investment and additional support for learning. Also, this will see an extra £28 million delivered through the local government settlement to improve support for children with additional support needs. I highlight this particular example as childcare provision and support in schools for pupils with ASN is one of the key issues that local SNP councillors and myself have been working on over the last year, as local parents have highlighted the challenges they face in accessing sufficient support for their children. Now, also, Scottish taxes are often a bone of contention when it comes to the budget, and we've already heard that this afternoon as well. Now, we know household incomes are tight, but we need to raise funds to invest in services, not strip them of monies. So the austerity approach only harms those who are most vulnerable and risks costing the government more money in the long run. As I touched upon a few months ago, we've had 14 years of austerity. The people at the lower end of the financial income ladder cannot deal with any more austerity. I'm sorry, I took an intervention earlier on. I therefore welcome the fact that Scottish taxes are forecast to raise £24.6 billion in 25-26, which is £1.7 billion more than if Scotland had followed UK policy on tax. Now, this is £777 million higher than forecast in December 2023, and due in part to increased income tax revenue because of average earnings growing faster than the rest of the UK. Now, this budget is a good budget. It delivers for our constituents, and the electorate will know who is on their side with this budget. So those who don't support it will need to own their failure to deliver for the people of Scotland. Thank you very much.
And I call Sanders Gulhani to be followed by Jackie Dunbar. Up to 6 minutes, please.
Thank you. I declare an interest as a practising NHS GP. Like many colleagues in the health and social care sector, I have seen firsthand the consequences of years of SNP failure. Despite claiming to prioritise our NHS and public services, the SNP have left us with a system creaking under mismanagement, short-term fixes and economic stagnation. This budget, backed by a left-wing Holyrood cartel, continues the SNP high-tax, low-outcome agenda, stifling growth and threatening the services we rely on. And after 18 years in power, the SNP has left a legacy of failure, and this is the latest budget endorsed by Scottish Labour, the Liberal Democrats and the Scottish Greens, and it is no exception. We need to recast how we manage healthcare and start doing things that yield better outcomes. This is common sense, but unfortunately it's beyond the SNP's competence. The consequences in Glasgow are severe. Waiting times at Queen Elizabeth remain dangerously high. Glasgow's Royal Infirmary A&E is overwhelmed and GP surgeries are struggling to cope with rising demand. And beyond mismanagement, This is a betrayal of NHS staff. The SNP government pledged fair pay and staffing levels, and yet our nurses remain overstretched, with many leaving the profession due to stress, burnout and poor working conditions. John Swinney and Neil Gray should be ashamed of themselves, betraying our nurses by not honouring their agreement over terms and conditions. They struck a deal and have turned their backs on our nurses. The root cause of all of these ills, it's economic mismanagement. The SNP has controlled income tax since 2017, yet its decisions have weakened Scotland's economy and tax base, despite forcing Scottish taxpayers to pay almost £1.7 billion more than they would under the UK system. The SNP budget is missing out on over £800 million due to sluggish economic growth. They call this progressive, but tell me what's progressive about losing revenue that would fund hospitals, social care, public services. The SNP spends way beyond its means while failing to generate growth. Nowhere is this clearer than when we look at SNP-controlled Glasgow City Council's financial crisis. Years of SNP government neglect, coupled with incompetent SNP councillors, have left Glasgow facing devastating cuts to local services. The council's debt soared to £1.6 billion, and the city is suffering. It's having deep cuts to community projects, road repairs and frontline services. Could Glasgow actually declare itself bankrupt? Libraries, sports centres and community hubs are at risk, while bin collections and road maintenance continue to decline. Even the Glasgow School of Sport, home to Olympians like Michael Jameson and Kirsty Gilmore, is threatened with closure. It's shocking that such a gem may be lost. Now let's talk about Glasgow's crumbling infrastructure. Road and pavements are riddled with potholes, making daily life harder for businesses and residents alike. The SNP's decision to exclude pubs and restaurants from UK government rates relief was an attack on Scotland's hospitality sector, businesses that create jobs and support local communities. The SNP's tax policies are not just damaging, they're absurd. Scotland now has an unnecessary complex tax system where those earning just £26,562 are considered rich by this SNP government, and they face higher rates than anywhere else in the UK. And for Glasgow, it's a disaster, with the city's financial sector struggling to attract talent, with fintech and banking companies warning that skilled professionals are being lured away to London and Manchester. And nowhere is SNP incompetence clearer than in social care. The sector is in crisis, yet this budget does nothing to address long-term structural problems. And while the SNP pours £800 million more into social security, far above forecasted levels, they fail to deliver funding models for social care. Donald McCaskill of Scottish Care has called this a budget that kills. In Glasgow, the crisis is dire. Care homes are stretched beyond capacity, leaving elderly residents waiting weeks, sometimes months, for support. Home care services are in chaos, with families struggling to secure help for loved ones. Instead of improving services, the SNP increases dependency while stifling economic opportunity. There is another way. The Scottish Conservatives would cut income tax to 19%, for every taxpayer earning up to £43,662, delivering a fairer, simpler system that puts money back into people's pockets, encouraging growth. We would fully exempt pubs and restaurants from business rates. This would help nearly 7,000 venues survive and protect jobs. We would cut home buyer taxes by raising the land and buildings transaction tax threshold to £250,000, helping up to 59,000 buyers a year afford homes without excessive taxation. The choice is clear. The SNP, propped up by Labour, the Lib Dems, the Scottish Greens, will continue down the path of economic decline, high taxes and underfunded public services. They will keep shifting the blame while failing to deliver real change. The Scottish Conservatives, on the other hand, offer a path to prosperity, one that encourages work, investment and enterprise instead of punishing it. It is time to reject SNP failure and choose a better future. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Jackie Dunbar to be followed by Pam Duncan-Glancy. Up to 6 minutes. Ms Dunbar.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm very pleased to support this budget. From speaking with my constituents, I think it's a budget that they support too. because it invests in the things that they care most about. It maintains the SNP's most popular policies and demonstrates our clear ambition to move Scotland forward. We're putting some big numbers into the basics. For health, a record uplift of £2 billion. For housing, £768 million will see over 8,000 new affordable homes built. For social security, an £800 million uplift will put more money directly into folks' pockets. Head T-shirts will get £120 million to tackle the attainment gap. And across Scotland, councils will share an extra £1 billion. This is also a budget that builds on so much of what the SNP have already delivered in Scotland. I think it was Anna Sarwar recently described them as the successes of devolution. If anyone wants reminded of those SNP successes, they include extending free education from nursery to university, supported by expanded free school meals, maintaining free health care at the point of use, from the cradle to the grave, including free prescriptions, free bus travel for over 2 million folk, and 7 social security payments that have no equivalent elsewhere in the UK, including the Scottish Child Payment that helps give every child in Scotland the best start in life. And it's worth remembering that these policies faced challenges to get over the line in the first place. And even after we could see these policies changing lives, the SNP and government still had to fight to keep them. I still remember when Scottish Labour described it as a something-for-nothing culture. Perhaps if Labour ran with that going into the last election, there wouldn't have been such a sense of shock and utter betrayal about how their first few months in charge of the UK government. Instead, Sir Keir Starmer promised change, and Anna Sarwar said, to read his lips, there would be no austerity under Labour. Then, after the election, Labour refused to end the 2-child cap, and within weeks it announced it was scrapping universal winter fuel payments. My ambition for this Parliament is to do more than simply mitigating the worst policies of the UK government. But that is what needs to be done today. Today's budget will reinstate winter heating payments for every pensioner, helping them through the long and cold Scottish winter. Today's budget takes the first steps towards abolishing the 2-child cap, which will see over 15,000 bairns lifted out of poverty. That's change people want to see. Presiding Officer, can I invite Anna Sarwar to read my lips? The Scottish Government is mitigating Labour austerity. Will his party support that by backing this budget, or at least his North East colleagues? Because this is a budget that delivers for Aberdeen. The £34 million uplift to the culture budget has already seen multi-year awards made to 8 organisations in Aberdeen. Aberdeen Performing Arts, Applied Arts Scotland, Belmont Community Cinema, City Moves Dance Agency, Grampian Hospitals Art Trust, Jazz Scotland, Peacock and the Worm, and the Word Centre for Creative Writing at the University of Aberdeen. They will receive more than £5 million between them across the next 3 years. This budget also allocates £25 million to increase the number of jobs available in the green energy supply chain. With Aberdeen being the future net zero capital of the world, and I will keep calling it that until I can shorten it to simply the net zero capital of the world, we need to see investment in clean and green energy, and we need to give people the confidence to invest their futures by that taking up training or putting down roots. So the continued support of the Scottish Government to supporting a just transition for the North East, alongside Grangemouth, is very welcome. That move to being a net zero capital isn't just about what happens 100 miles off of Aberdeen's coast. It's also about what runs through the city itself. One of the later additions to the budget is a £2 bus fare pilot in a regional transport area, and I think that's a fantastic idea. Encouraging more folk to use public transport is a part of the journey to net zero. And I would like to see affordable and well-used buses running through the streets of Aberdeen and connecting it to communities across the North East. I think the North East is the perfect region for that pilot to take place. Our region offers a good mix of urban and rural communities with a city at its heart. We have a City Council that has supported bus services, from backing hydrogen and electric buses to funding night services. And we have an opportunity to further bolster Aberdeen's net zero credentials with this. So let me use my final words to urge ministers to pilot the £2 bus fares cap in the North East, and to urge members across the chamber to vote in favour of this budget that delivers for Scotland.
Thank you. I now call Pam Duncan-Glancy to be followed by Keith Brown, up to 6 minutes. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The UK Labour Government delivered record investment for Scotland, the largest block grant in the history of devolution, resulting in £5.2 billion for the SNP Government to spend. But after the appalling education statistics today, do not ask me to sit here and endorse this government's failed approach. In spite of a record settlement, this budget delivers no change in direction, and the current state of Scotland's education system shows this starkly. The report out today showed that attainment is down. The proportion of pupils leaving with an @5 is down. The proportion of pupils leaving school with a higher is down. The proportion of pupils going on to positive destinations is down. The number of pupils leaving school with no qualifications at all is up. And at every single level, the gap between those from the most and least deprived areas has widened. Despite the efforts of staff in schools across the country and that 50% of local authority spending is on education, it is clearer than ever that this SNP government is not improving outcomes for Scotland's young people. And, Presiding Officer, the picture for pupils with additional support needs is particularly shocking. They are less likely to achieve curriculum for excellence levels and less likely to go on to positive destinations. Happy to take the intervention.
Rachel Hamilton, briefly.
Glancy for taking the intervention. I completely agree with her comments about the state of education right now under this SNP government. But will she abstain tonight, or will she vote with the Scottish Conservatives against the budget if she's so disgusted with it?
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
My party and I will not stand in the way of £5.2 billion extra for public services across Scotland, but nor will we endorse this government's failing agenda. The parents of pupils with additional support needs are left fighting day and night for the support they need, with data showing that applications to ASN tribunals are up 67%. And staff aren't getting support either. The government committed to assessing teacher hours for ASN and were due to publish proposals for support assistance accreditation and registration in 2023, but unsurprisingly no update has been provided on either. In a roundtable with support staff last week, I learned that support staff are being badly failed by this government. They're not invited to attend Team Around the Child meetings. They experience daily violence, which they've now come to expect, they said, and there is no consistent process of reporting or dealing with incidents. And whilst the number of pupils with ASN has risen hugely, the Scottish Children's Services Coalition found that this government has presided over a 33.9% funding cut per pupil with additional support needs over the last decade. The government's back and forth with local authorities on teacher numbers has let them down too. Rather than use the opportunity of the £5.2 billion extra from the Labour government to deliver a properly resourced work plan for schools that recognises workload, fills vacancies in key subjects and geographies and gives newly qualified teachers jobs, they've presided over insecurity and uncertainty with the Back to the Future ambition of simply going back to 2023 levels of teacher numbers. It is no wonder the EIS said at the weekend that the SNP are in a visionless vacuum on education. And, Presiding Officer, despite claiming that colleges and universities are crucial to economic growth, the SNP have failed to change direction with this budget, handing them continued real terms cuts too. And that's having real-life consequences. The number of full-time places in Scottish colleges today showed in a report that it had plummeted by more than 8,000 in a year, taking places to their lowest level in 9 years. Despite colleges asking time and again for real funding flexibility so that they can deliver agile, responsive courses, they've faced inaction on their funding model and decades of budget cuts. There is rising student need in colleges and in universities, but reduced funding for mental health and student support, and institutions are having to rob one budget to pay for another. Retention is down, and it's worse for the poorest students. Progress on widening access has plateaued, and we don't know if it is improving life chances because this government conveniently only collect data on entry, not on student experience or destination. On this SNP government's watch, Scotland's young people are being failed. Everything in the education system proves it and is going in the wrong direction. This budget is a tragic missed opportunity for them. Presiding Officer, I'd like to use the short time, if I can, that I have left to talk about the experiences of people in Glasgow and of disabled people in Scotland, groups of people who are being badly let down by this government. A recent survey by Glasgow Disability Alliance found that 89% of its disabled members couldn't access healthcare appointments or healthcare which met their needs, and 67% could not access social care which met their needs, after the botched National Care Service Bill hasn't delivered a single additional hour for social care for these people. And with a lack of progress on public service reform, it's hard to see how this budget will change direction for them. And while the government were dragged kicking and screaming to finally reverse its nearly £200 million cut to the affordable house building programme, funding for affordable house building has still fallen in real terms by nearly £160 million since 22-23. These are cuts that are having devastating impacts on the lives of thousands of people in Glasgow. In 2022, more than 60,000 were on housing waiting lists, the equivalent of 10 applicants for every home let during the previous year. Record numbers of children are in temporary accommodation, and 56 people tragically died while homeless in Glasgow last year. Presiding Officer, not a single public service is better on this government's watch. Instead of using the opportunity of this budget, the biggest settlement since devolution, to transform Scotland's public services, the SNP has squandered it to correct their worst mistakes. The budget will pass today, and has been obvious that it will do that for months. And because we want to see the money get to the front line, we won't stand in its way, but nor will we endorse it. Scottish Labour are clear that a new direction is necessary and can properly deliver the change that Scotland needs. And, Presiding Officer, we are ready to deliver that. Thank you.
I now call on Keith Brown to be followed by Ash Regan, up to 6 minutes. Mr Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I refer members to my register of interests? Today we have heard what MSPs think of the budget, but in due course, of course, we will hear about what people think of the budget. And I think it's probably useful to look a bit further away from the detail we've heard a great deal about this afternoon and some of the broader themes. I think many people will take a judgment on this budget based on the issue of trust. So first of all, the SNP has balanced its budget for 17 years. It built the new Queensferry crossing with £400 million less than budgeted for. It built the Aberdeen Western Peripheral route, where previous administrations had just talked about it. It built in the Borders Rail the longest piece of new rail infrastructure in the UK for 100 years. It built many new schools, primary and secondary, across Scotland. The child payment, free tuition fees, free prescriptions. And of course we abolished the bedroom tax. We used to hear that a lot from Labour, issues about the bedroom tax. We don't hear about it anymore, where it's been left untouched in England. As for the Tories, they brought us the highest tax burden since World War II. £2 trillion and more in debt. This is a party of financial incompetence on a grand scale. They also gutted the armed forces, both in terms of personnel and equipment. And to hear Sandish Kahani say the SNP spends beyond it means £2 trillion in debt, the highest tax burden since the Second World War. And where are the bankrupt councils in the UK? They're not in Scotland. But you check down in England and Wales, that's where you'll find the bankrupt councils. And what about Labour? The Labour are the party that started with there is no money left, and now, abstaining, they become the party of there is no conviction left. They have decided to, in the words of the dictionary, refrain from performing a public duty. And that says it all about the Labour Party. Absolutely no conviction whatsoever. And even since they've been elected on finance, they can't be trusted. They've changed the fiscal rules already. And the headroom they talked about has already gone. So, in terms of trust, I think the SNP government comes out well ahead. However, there are two very big issues which I think underline this budget, which the public will certainly take note of. And the first, of course, is ENIX and the tax on jobs. And to give a local example, the detrimental impact of this policy is seen in the case of Scottish Autism, an organisation anchored in my constituency of Clackmannanshire and Dunblane, which provides indispensable services across communities. And they are now confronted with an unsustainable financial burden, forecasting an increase in costs of up to £850,000 annually due to this policy. And that's £850,000 that should be channelled into improving lives and enhancing services within communities, not wasted on mitigating the fallout from an ill-conceived policy decision. And the jeopardy faced by organisations like Scottish Autism underscores a profound policy failure that threatens the very fabric of our community support systems. We cannot and we must not allow this to continue. And the Labour Party's choice to stay silent and abstain from this historic budget vote speaks volumes, not least in relation to the way it impacts on the fabric of our communities. And the other major issue which does cast a huge shadow of this budget is the issue of the Ukraine. This budget, of course, perhaps not directly affected, but it has to be a budget which has been formulated against the backdrop of the threat of major public spending cuts coming in future. And I speak for myself in relation to this. I think there is no option but for the fact that we are going to have to contemplate a very substantial increase in defence expenditure in relation to personnel and to equipment. And that means rearmament, it means recruitment and it means research. However, in my view, and we do that, of course, because we want to defend not just Ukraine but Europe, we cannot be asked and it cannot be demanded of this Parliament to subsidise nuclear weapons or the replacement by an even more obscene nuclear weapon system, the one that might replace Trident. Nor should we be subsidising the complete failure of successive UK governments, admitted now by previous Labour and Conservative Secretaries of State, who have gutted the armed forces to the extent it's now 20,000 below what it was in Napoleonic times, that the equipment is not there, the training is not there. But this is an existential threat. There is nobody that can deny that Russia poses that existential threat, especially given the fact we now have an absence of the guarantees which we have taken for granted since the Second World War. And as for the idea that we only protect countries if we can extort their mineral resources, that is the geopolitics of protectionism. We should have no truck with that. We should protect Europe because we want to protect Europe. So I think, in summary, we do have to make that contribution, but it should not be carte blanche, certainly to a UK government that's not shown itself capable of properly building a defence infrastructure, and it should be a European-led. I say European rather than specifically EU, because I don't know how Romania and Hungary will respond to that, but we should be willing to back a European-led response to that. And one final point. There are some very big issues which have been touched on in this debate, things like social care, things like local government finance reform. It would be ideal if the parties could show the maturity to get together before the election to agree some common ground. It would mean, of course, it would squeeze out the room for manoeuvre of whoever was successful in becoming the government. But these long-standing issues, local government finance reform and social care, have to be addressed if we are to improve the quality of life of people in Scotland. So there are difficult times ahead. There is no question of that, but I am delighted to support what I think is an excellent budget.
Thank you, Mr Brown. I'm now going to take two final speakers briefly in the open debate. First, Ash Regan, to be followed by John Mason. Up to 2 minutes. Ms Regan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This Scottish budget is a testament to what constructive politics can achieve and productive opposition delivers. And for Alba, of course, this year was the first time we were a participant in this process. I believe delivering tangible benefits for some of Scotland's most vulnerable pensioners and also children by negotiating from a point of principle and protecting the most vulnerable in the face of the brutal decisions made by the UK Labour government is not just an economic choice. I believe it is a moral imperative. Alba's persistence has secured mitigations of enhanced heating support for pensioners this winter, in addition to the winter fuel payment for all pensioners next winter. Yet, until fuel poverty is consigned to the history books of our energy-abundant nation, we will not have yet done enough. And Westminster exchequers cannot continue the exploitation of Scotland's resources. They must instead start directly benefiting our people and our businesses. And with bigger thinking, we can push devolution to its limits, exposing the walls that stifle Scotland's ambition. Now, hunger must never be a barrier to learning, and today we are one step closer to eradicating that barrier. But we must continue to strive to complete the government's election promise to primary school children within this Parliament. And Glasgow City Council's announcement to join Inverclyde Council in funding universal school meals in primary schools is welcome. And I think that should drive other councils to put politics aside and find solutions for every school child to have the nourishment that they need to grow, to learn and to thrive. And each budget is a step forward on the road to independence. And each pound invested in our communities and every measure that is designed to protect our people is providing proof that Scotland can govern itself effectively and more compassionately than Westminster ever would.
Thank you very much. I now call John Mason up to 2 minutes. Mr Mason.
Thank you very much. I don't want to repeat what I've said in previous budget debates. However, I still do hold to some of the key points I've made before, including one, that taxes in the UK and Scotland are too low. So if we want better public services, we need to have higher taxes. 2, we need to replace council tax and raise more money. And 3, economic growth is all very well, but the benefits of that growth have to be shared out more equally than they currently are. But my theme in my limited time would be on the relationship with Westminster. Firstly, around half of our resource budget comes in from the form of a block grant. For 25-26, that is estimated to be £26 billion out of a total Scottish resource budget of £51 billion. The way that block grant is worked out is one of the most complex that the OECD has seen. As they have told us in the past, it is not well understood by either most people or, I suspect, by most MSPs. While the fiscal framework is better than it might have been, thanks to John Swinney when he was Cabinet Secretary for Finance, it was meant to be properly reviewed after it had settled down in 2023. But as Shona Robison told us, Westminster refused to do that. So that leaves us trying to compete with London and the south east of England, something which few parts of the UK have ever managed to do historically. As a result, our budget and block grant get squeezed year by year. On top of that, the Barnett formula further squeezes our budget year by year. Again, if we set up a new tax, such as the aggregates tax, Scotland has to bear all the admin costs of getting it going, and we pay any costs that HMRC has in switching off the old tax. So it really does seem that the fiscal framework is set up so that heads the UK wins and tails Scotland loses. And continuing in the relationship with Westminster, the Finance Committee wrote to the Chancellor of the Exchequer inviting her to a committee session. However, the Chief Secretary of the Treasury replied that he was unable to accept this invitation because the UK Government is accountable to the UK Parliament. Well, surely that does not stop them talking to us, and so I am happy to support the budget for 25-26, but Scotland's deal from Westminster really has to improve.
Thank you, Mr Mason. We now move to closing speeches. I call first Ross Greer, up to 6 minutes. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. When we debated the rates resolution last week, Willie Rennie made what I thought was an important point, that the devolution of income tax powers to this Parliament has strengthened the institution because it has forced us in these budget debates not just to think about spending allocations, but the wider impact of the decisions that we make and the wider health of the Scottish economy. And I'm proud of the impact the Scottish Greens have had on income tax since it was devolved. The £1.7 billion of additional revenue we have for public services that our Conservative colleagues so regularly deride is a result of Green changes to the income tax system, and that in turn allows us to deliver unique Scottish spending decisions like free bus travel for young people, the Scottish child payment, those Bolshevik baby boxes that so haunt Craig Hoy's dreams. But income tax is not the only area of tax that we've made different decisions for in Scotland. With the change that we've just made to the additional dwelling supplement, we have in the course of this Parliament doubled that particular tax on the purchase of second or holiday homes, raising money for public services and helping first-time buyers, putting them in a better position to have their offer accepted. And I was intrigued by what the Conservatives were saying around property tax, that actually what we need is a cut to LBTT to help first-time buyers. But all the evidence that we've seen shows that cutting property taxes helps sellers, not buyers. The efforts of the UK Conservative government to cut property transaction taxes only increased house prices and pushed them further out of the reach of those who wanted to be first-time buyers. I'm proud that we've also doubled council tax on holiday homes, but I do think we can go further. We could emulate the system they have in Wales, where you can go up to 300%, or preferably, in my position, we simply lift that cap entirely and allow local government to make these decisions for themselves, whether they want to increase it, decrease it, whatever those locally elected representatives wish to do with that tax, they should be able to do so rather than have limits dictated to them by those of us here. Now, all of that combined is still not enough. In my view, there's a need for further tax reform. There's a need for further resources to tackle the challenges that this country faces. And Michael Mara, I think, quite fairly challenged those of us who oppose the UK Labour government's decision to increase employer national insurance contributions to say where else we would have raised that money from. I'm sure he's not surprised to hear, Labour colleagues are not surprised to hear that the Greens do have a range of alternative ways through which that money can be raised. For a start, sticking with national insurance contributions, if we remove the ridiculous reduction on those after the above 50 grand of earnings, that would raise something in the region of £10 billion. If we extended national insurance to investment income, that would raise billions more. If we closed the loophole in the oil and gas windfall tax that actually incentivises further exploration for more fossil fuels, that would raise £6 billion a year. If we equalised capital gains tax with the English income tax system, that would raise £16 billion. If we equalised it with the Scottish income tax system, it would raise even more. Of course, if we abolished the non-dom status that Labour promised to do before they were elected, that would raise £4 billion. But the UK Chancellor has said she won't do that after conversations with the group she referred to as the non-dom community, as if that was some kind of protected status. Being a multimillionaire or billionaire, going out of your way to avoid tax, made you deserving of a unique audience with a Labour Chancellor. But as well as tax reform, we do need reform in our public services in Scotland. I'm proud that the Scottish Greens secured the pilot of the 4-day reduced working week in our public sector, and the Finance Committee took some evidence on the interim evidence on the impact of that in South of Scotland Enterprise, one of the bodies who have piloted it, whose chief executive reported back to us that there has been no loss of productivity, but a hugely significant reduction in the number of working days, staff working days lost due to ill health. That is a really positive development that I think needs further evaluation and rolling out more widely across the public sector. I was intrigued, though, by what Craig Hoy said about, he used the, I think, incredibly inappropriate language of people languishing on benefits to talk about Scotland's, in his view, unaffordable social security bill, failing to acknowledge that a huge number of the people he's speaking about, indeed the majority of people he's speaking about, are either children or adults who are in work, something that the Conservatives consistently fail to acknowledge. And of course, the Conservatives' position on this seems to be that to get people into work, we need to cut social security, when after 14 years of Conservative cuts to the UK's social security safety net, that was absolutely not the result. The result was pain and misery for many of the most vulnerable people in our society, many of whom did want to return to work, but needed employability programmes, training and other support to be able to do so. They needed more support from the public sector, not for that essential safety net to be taken away from them. Now, I was interested in what Michael Mara said around this point that Labour wouldn't stand in the way of the £5.2 billion of additional spending the UK government has delivered. Now, in all of Labour's approach to this budget over the last few months, I think they have made a fair case as to the impact of Scottish Labour MPs at Westminster. I disagree with it, but it's a fair case. What they failed to do is make any case whatsoever for electing Scottish Labour MSPs to this Parliament next year, for a party that failed entirely to engage in this process, who could have asked for anything and may well have got it, like the Greens and the Liberal Democrats have managed to do, but decided to ask for nothing and then, of course, to get nothing as a result. Compare that to what the Scottish Greens have done, Presiding Officer. We've delivered for people and planet. More children will be fed, our natural environment will be better protected, public transport will be cheaper as a result of our interventions. Surely that is exactly what we were all sent here to do.
Thank you, Mr Gray. I now call on Daniel Johnson, up to 7 minutes. Mr Johnson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. And let me begin by responding directly to Ross Greer, because the case for electing Labour MSPs will be written out in our manifesto, and I encourage him to read it. Maybe he should have been following what we were saying, because we don't aim to simply influence a budget. We want to set a budget as a Labour government after the elections in 2026. And look, I mean, genuinely, I always try to sum up debates by listening to the debate. I don't like reading out pre-scripted speeches, but perhaps I could have saved myself some...
Mr Johnson, could I encourage members not to be engaged in chat across the chamber while somebody is delivering their speech and responding to the debate? Daniel Johnson, I can give you the time back.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. It's always wonderful to hear from the Minister of Parliamentary Business, but maybe not while I'm trying to speak. But look, on look, a critical decision was made by the UK electorate in July to end 14 years of Conservative government. But let's be clear, it wasn't until the budget in October that the serious step was taken to end the worst excesses wrought by the economic damage meted out by the Conservative government. It was the budget that changed that. A budget that delivered, or took the first steps to delivering on the mandate the UK Labour government was given, to fix the foundations of the public finances following the disastrous economic legacy left by the Conservative government, to halt the destruction of our public services, and to provide a government that genuinely sought to focus on providing service, being in service of working people. Now, that required difficult, if you wouldn't mind, let me finish this point, difficult decisions. But there is no doubt of the overarching impact of this budget. A massive injection of funding to our public services, £5.2 billion alone for Scotland. That is the very real difference that a Labour government can make. A real start. It is not the end point, but a start on alleviating the damage caused by the last 14 years of government. I'm happy to give way to John Mason.
John Mason, briefly.
Thank him for giving way. Would you accept that he goes on about the UK budget, but the Labour government knew what was coming in the UK budget? It wasn't a surprise. They were well warned, and they should have been more honest with the constituencies.
Daniel Johnson.
No, let's be clear. There were issues that were known about. But as the correspondence between the Office of Budget Responsibility and the government laid clear, the full extent of that £22 billion black hole was not clear. It had not been laid bare. I mean, it was a black hole that needed addressed. And for anyone to credibly come to this place about the budget, they need to answer how that £22 billion black hole would be addressed. And let's be clear.
Mr Johnson, resume. I'll allow a bit of reaction to what is being said, but I will not have the front benches shouting at each other while Mr Johnson is trying to speak. Mr Johnson, continue.
Yes, Deputy Presiding Officer, I could do more enough shouting by myself. I don't need any help. You're quite right. But look, it is not just the £5.2 billion. It has delivered the largest ever block grant, a 5.8% increase in the block grant alone, a total funding envelope available to the Scottish Government of £56 billion, resource spending alone at £49.8 billion, a 6% real terms increase. And those are the figures laid out very clearly by the Scottish Fiscal Commission. 6% real terms increase. That is the extra money that the Scottish Government has to spend. But in fact, so the SNP have a decision to make about how they... Very happy to.
Kenneth Gibson.
The Scottish Fiscal Commission made it clear that the real terms increase was 0.8%, i.e. less than 1%, and this £5.2 billion is over 2 years, so you're talking as if it's going into next year's budget.
Through the Chair, Mr Gibson.
It's a real terms increase. If he wants to correct my numbers, they're right here. Resource funding real. Last year, £46.9 billion. This year, £49.8. I mean, I've done the maths. Maybe my calculator's wrong, Mr Gibson. Feel free to come back. But those are the numbers I am basing that on. But
Mr Gibson, you've had an intervention. Please.
So 14 years of Tory decline, 14 years of dismantling public services, 14 years of chaos and incompetence. That's what this budget set out to address. So when the Cabinet Secretary says you must will the end, to will the ends you must will the means, what did her colleagues do? Did they vote to end those 14 years of decline? Did they vote for the record increase in funding? Did they vote for those things? Did any of them? And it wasn't 9 of them that voted for it, it was none. None, not 9. So frankly, that argument has absolutely no coherence whatsoever. Happy to give way to Mr Greer.
Ross Greer, briefly.
I'm grateful to the member for taking the intervention, and I accept the premises outlining that the UK Government delivered a funding increase to the Scottish Government, but he challenged me to read Labour's manifesto for the next election. What about Labour's manifesto that elected every Labour member here today? Was there not a single policy in that manifesto that they could have gone to the Scottish Government and asked for in this budget? Why did they ask for nothing? I just don't understand.
Daniel Johnson.
So look, we will not stand in the way of the much-needed additional funding. But you cannot simply carry on as this government has over the last 18 years, because we have had 18 years of decline in public services. 18 years of seeing our waiting list get worse. 1 in 6 Scots on waiting lists. Education sliding down the rankings. And I think my colleague Pam Duncan-Glancy set out very clearly, because just today we've seen that attainment is down. The number of children leaving school with hires, down. The number of young people going to positive destinations, down. That's the consequences of 18 years of SNP. And will we support that? No, we will not. Which is why we will not block the funding going into the Scottish Finance. But we cannot support the record of this government, because we need reform. We need Scots to have public services that serve their interests. And
for the third time of asking, can we have a bit of respect for the person who is on their feet, Daniel Johnson, and begin to wind up?
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm grateful. I know it's hard for members to have respect for what I'm saying, but I'm clear I'm getting them very excited. But critically, if the SNP arguments this afternoon were to have any credibility, they would come forward with alternatives to the measures set out in the UK Labour budget, but they have had none. None. I don't think we have had a word this afternoon of what they might do. We certainly haven't heard them repeat the First Minister's claims that we should equalise tax rates, because we know that would lead to £636 million lost from the Scottish budget. Nor have we heard them repeat their claims that they made during the general election, that we should borrow more. I don't think anyone could credibly claim that they're doing that. Frankly, the SNP are out of credibility on the budget that was passed, and out of credibility because they simply have no alternatives, nothing to say. This budget is important, an important step. It will see increases in revenue available to our public services thanks to that £5.2 billion in the block grant. But what Scotland needs is not just simply an increase in funding. It needs a new direction that can only be delivered by a Scottish Labour government.
Thank you very much indeed. I now call Liz Smith. Up to 8 minutes, Liz Smith.
Gosh, how I will miss these debates. I'll miss you too, Mr Swinney, I'm sure.
Through the chair, Miss Smith.
I'm sure the First Minister will miss me as well. Now, as Craig Hoy rightly pointed out at the very start of this budget process, it has exposed a fundamental divide in Scottish politics between those who prioritise economic growth in order to stimulate investment, create jobs, encourage aspiration and, crucially, increase both the tax base and tax revenues that we obviously need for our public services, and those who believe in the big state and a higher tax agenda, so that the government can take more of the public's money and spend it without, in our view, having due regard for the impact that that has on the wider economy. And if ever there was any evidence about this lack of regard for the wider implications, I think we can go back to the Information Commissioner's remarks last week, where he said that our 130 or so quangos is now costing £6.6 billion a year. And that's something that I think we really have to reflect on, not just from the Scottish Government's point of view, but as a Parliament. And of course, if we look at what the Scottish Fiscal Commission projections are saying, we can see that the very stark nature of the problem is that Scottish taxpayers are paying £1.7 billion more than they would have been had we had the same tax rates and thresholds as the rest of the UK. But the net funding is £838 million, which the Commission rightly describes as the economic performance gap. And that's before we even come to the bloated public sector or to the unaffordable size of the welfare budget, which I'll come back to in just a minute. Now, in the SNP's case, the reason that they put forward for apparently being willing to accept the pain of that economic performance gap is because they are wholly committed to the so-called social contract with the people of Scotland. In their eyes, it's a much more compassionate and munificent benefit system. Now, if there was any evidence for that justification, the SNP would have to prove three things. Firstly, that people really feel that they are getting good value for money when it comes to public services and putting up with a higher tax burden. Secondly, that there is demonstrable evidence that shows that all the social contract policies are actually delivering better outcomes. And thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, that they have enough money coming in to pay for that social contract. And of course, as Craig Hoy rightly, Craig Hoy rightly identified why that is not the case. I'll give way to the Cabinet
Secretary.
I fundamentally disagree with Liz Smith's point, and I don't think Craig Hoy did incidentally show any of that. But on the evidence, isn't one of the pieces of evidence that's come to light recently that out of the whole of the UK, Scotland is the only place where child poverty levels are falling when they're rising elsewhere? Surely that is a concrete piece of evidence of the investment this government has made working.
Liz Smith.
Cabinet Secretary, when it comes to the Scottish child payment, I've put on record several times in this Parliament, I think the evidence is quite strong on that. But is that the case for all the policies within the social contract? And I'm sorry to say the evidence is just not there to prove that. And with due respect to both yourself, Cabinet Secretary, and the Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice, I've been asking for several weeks now, in fact months now, as to where you feel that the justification is when it comes to the extra additions, the percentage changes to some of that social security budget. It's far in excess of what's happening in the other parts of the UK, and we simply can't afford what that sum total is. And I believe the Scottish Government understands this. I think you know that that's what the problem is.
Through the Chair, please.
And therefore, when you're making that agreement with the Scottish Fiscal Commission, I think, Cabinet Secretary, you have to be very honest about the financial burden that this is putting on the Scottish economy. That's the main problem.
Absolutely. Always through the Chair, Ms Smith. First Minister.
I'm grateful to Liz Smith for giving way, and let me just put on record that I will miss Liz Smith's contributions to this Parliament, and I welcome the contribution that she's made over the years. On the point about issues such as the Scottish Child Payment, does Liz Smith recognise that the investment that is made in lifting family incomes of itself assists as an economic stimulus in communities, because it boosts the spending power of individuals to spend locally on crucial investments in their family circumstances? And isn't that part of the evidence that supports the Cabinet Secretary's point that Scotland is the only part of the United Kingdom that is demonstrating that child poverty is falling compared to other parts of the United Kingdom where the measures such as the child payment don't exist and child poverty is rising?
Liz Smith, I can give you some of that time back.
Well, can I first of all say thank you to the First Minister. I'll probably have to reverse my decision if the compliments are going to flow as frequently as you have indicated. But he makes a serious point, and it's not about this one specific policy where, again, the Scottish Conservatives will willingly admit, in fact, we voted for the Scottish Child Payment because the evidence shows that that payment is very effective for exactly the reasons that the First Minister has just set out. Does that analysis pertain in the other policies? And I'm sorry to say that is not the case, because we can put on record in several dialogues within the Finance Committee, Social Justice Committee, where that evidence is not forthcoming. That's the point. Is the First Minister going to intervene again?
First Minister, briefly.
Forgive me again, but I think what I would follow that with is that the Conservatives might make that general comment, but it doesn't then go on to a specific commitment about what elements of the social contract should be removed. So should it be the expansion of early learning and childcare? I think that would be an absolutely foolhardy decision. Should it be the reintroduction of tuition fees? I think that would be a foolhardy decision. We've made huge progress in terms of access to higher education. So the challenge for the Conservatives is at what point will they spell out where the swinging cuts are going to be made?
Liz Smith.
Well, just to finish on the point, First Minister, I've been asking for quite some time whether it is essential that we have quite so many people on the social security benefit for such a long period of time, because the caseload in Scotland is much longer than it is in other parts of the UK. That in itself would save quite a lot of money. Anyway, I've taken up too much time, but I do want to come back to this point that if the Scottish Government is going to argue for its policies when it comes to the future of the economy of Scotland, they have got to have the arguments that provide the evidence to support that. And that's just not, I don't think the public believes that the evidence is there. And that's why we will not be supporting this budget, because we don't think it's good for the public, we don't think it's good for business, we don't believe that it is good for the social security budget, whole range of things. We will be opposing it.
Thank you, Ms Smith. And I now call on Ivan McKee to wind up the debate. Minister, up to 10 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, I want to talk through how this budget focuses on the Government's four top priorities, the priorities that are those of the people of Scotland, and how this budget delivers on those. This is a good budget for the economy. It will support the Government's priorities for enterprise, innovation and business, and our spending plans target people, places and businesses right across Scotland and support the growth of our economy over the next year. And to do that, we're investing £320 million on our enterprise agencies, a further £200 million in the Scottish National Investment Bank, almost £90 million in helping to secure Grangemouth's future. And through this budget, we'll also be continuing to spend £90 million on delivering employability services, including specialist support for disabled people, young people and parents across the country. Presiding Officer, this is a good budget for the culture sector, an additional £34 million, the biggest ever increase, I believe, in the culture budget, a point that wasn't mentioned by any of the opposition speakers this afternoon, which is very, very telling. Presiding Officer, this is a budget that delivers on the Government's priority around eradicating child poverty. We continue to use our social security powers to support those most in need. Just last month, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation set out in their Poverty 2025 report that across the UK, only Scotland is expected to see child poverty rates fall by 2029, thanks in part to measures like the Scottish Child Payment. To help keep children out of poverty and invest in our people, this budget will provide a record £6.9 billion in social security benefits and payments, reaching around 2 million people, around 1/3 of the people of Scotland. That includes £3 million to develop systems that will help to mitigate the two-child benefit cap, something that Labour members were not able to bring themselves to support at a UK level.
Duncan Glancy.
I thank the Minister for taking an intervention on that point. Can I ask the Minister to respond to the fact that the report out today found that the attainment gap is widening at all levels for pupils across Scotland?
Minister. We will continue to support the education system by providing record funding to deliver for those priorities, and it's absolutely essential, and we'll continue to focus down on reducing that attainment gap. To further our ambition for everyone to have a safe, good quality and affordable home that meets their needs, this Government will invest £768 million in affordable housing in 25-26. I just want to pull out the point that the Tories keep coming back to and ask them the question. If they want to cut social security spending, where do they want to cut that? On support for disabled people, on support for carers, on support for the Scottish Child Payment, lifting children and families out of poverty, or in support for the winter fuel payment that this Government is taking forward, despite what the UK Labour Government has done to that benefit? Yes, I will.
Just in that context, Mr McKee, can I just ask, are you concerned about the fact that the extent of the increase in adult disability payments and child disability payments is going up by such a degree? Is that not a concern to the public finances?
Minister. Well, this Government always balances our budget. We'll look at what those demands are. And you can talk about what may or may not happen in the future. We are focused on understanding how those trends are going forward and how we manage to mitigate that. We do that every year in the budget. We deliver. We don't just talk about it. And as the Cabinet Secretary brings forward the medium-term financial strategy and the fiscal sustainability plan, we'll continue to address those issues very seriously to make sure that we can continue to afford what our priorities are and those priorities of the people of Scotland. Presiding Officer, I'll come back to you. Presiding Officer, our priority on tackling the climate emergency, delivering on our net zero targets, continues to be a priority for this Government, investing almost £3 billion in capital and almost £2 billion in resource for activities that will have a positive impact on delivery of our climate change goals. And our priority around providing high quality and sustainable public services in local government, meaningful budget engagement has secured a record settlement, and local authorities will receive funding of over £15 billion. Investing in the very House Agreement, this Government has baselined a further £525 million of funding. and delivering £16.2 billion for frontline NHS health boards as part of an all-time high £21.7 billion we're investing in health and social care. To address the challenges in our NHS, this budget provides around £200 million to support improvements in waiting lists and delayed discharges. I'll take the member's intervention briefly.
Brian Whittle.
Very grateful to the Minister for giving way. If it's such a record health budget, the question I've always asked and never got the answer to is, if we have a record health budget, why does Scotland have the worst health outcomes in Europe? That's why we've got such high welfare costs.
Minister.
That is obviously a legacy of things that happened over many, many decades, something we are hugely focused on fixing. We're investing that money, record amount of money, to deliver on improvements in that health service, which you can already see from the trends. Things are moving in a better direction in that regard. I want to turn and address some of the comments that have been made by other members. Ross Greer was absolutely correct when he said we are here to get results for those who sent us here, not just to engage in performative politics. Alex Cole-Hamilton managed to fill almost its entire 6 minutes listing all the things that the Liberal Democrats got from taking part in their budget negotiation. And likewise, Ash Regan talked about what Alba had received from their engagement in that process. I think it's telling to recognise, Presiding Officer, that those opposition parties willed the means to will the ends. And contrast that to where Scottish Labour are, with their negative approach, something that's noted by the electorate, it has to be said, when you look at where their poll numbers are. So with Scottish Labour, it's not about willing the means or the ends, but what it will mean is the end of their electoral prospects. In fact, we're going to have to need some money to invest in a bigger fence, big enough for them all to sit on. Presiding Officer, I want to turn to the Conservatives' comments, and Craig Hoy, frankly, was concerningly disconnected. He talked about cutting costs, but then talked about investing, spending money to set up a new agency to add to those costs. He talked about the money we invest in our overseas offices without recognising the fact that inward investment that they bring in helps to support Scotland's economy, the best performing inward investment record across the whole of the UK outside of London. He talked about, he talked about saving £100 million without recognising that the data we've published indicates we've actually already saved £280 million over 2 years. So we're already performing better than the Conservatives are talking about delivering on. And he calls for a £600 million tax cut, while his backbenchers, Brian Whittle, Sandish Gulhani, Tim Eagle, Douglas Lumsden, are calling for more spending. I'll give way briefly to Craig Hoy.
Craig Hoy.
The Minister, one is he's proposing to spend £30 million of taxpayers' money on an Invest to Save scheme. Can he say how much money that will save? And secondly, with the welfare bill set to double to £9 billion by the end of the year, which the Scottish Fiscal Commission says will constrain public expenditure elsewhere, where are they going to make those £4.5 billion worth of savings? What are they going to cut?
Minister.
I'll come and talk about Invest to Save in a minute, because it's a very important point. But first, I think the contribution of the day was from Douglas Lumsden, who, yet again, must be recognised. Maybe I'm wrong here, but I don't think I've ever heard Douglas Lumsden taking an intervention. And all I was going to ask him was about how many jars of honey are sold in the canteen, something he's hugely interested in, and he spent £100,000 on trying to find out the answer to these critical questions. So when it comes to jars of honey, it's a monster of a question, Mr Lumsden. So, moving on. Public service reform. I've got to let Christine Graham know that I am indeed not.
Let's hear the Minister.
Something that I can confirm. The Public Service Reform Summit I led just last week brought together 150 representatives from public bodies, local government, third sector and the wider economy to take forward further work on that critical agenda, focused on prevention, focused on delivering further efficiencies, focused on connecting and integrating our public services. services across the country. It set out our vision and expectations and invited public leaders to come together to inform that strategy, and that work will be continued as we drive best practice across the system. On Invest to Save specifically, of course we don't know the answer to that question yet. The whole point is we've put out that fund to stimulate bids to come forward from public bodies, from local government and from others working together, and I'm absolutely delighted to come back to the Chamber when we've had those bids in and we've picked the most effective bids to inform the Chamber on how much those we're going to generate from that £30 million. In conclusion, Presiding Officer, this 25-26 budget supports our vital public services, delivers on our key priorities, support those who need it the most, and maintains our social contract with the people of Scotland, delivering a range of benefits not available elsewhere. In bringing forward a budget by Scotland for Scotland, we have worked in a positive and constructive manner across the Chamber to deliver solutions for Scotland. Through seeking compromise, we are delivering a budget that will strengthen services and support our communities. This budget delivers on our collective vision for all of Scotland, and I urge all members in the Chamber to support the 2025-26 Scottish Budget today. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes the debate on Budget Scotland No. 4 Bill at Stage 3. It's now time to move on to the next item of business, which is consideration of motion 16578 in the name of Alistair Allen on legislative consent motion Great British Energy Bill UK legislation, and I call on Gillian Martin to move the motion.
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The question on this motion will be put at decision time, and there are two questions to be put as a result of today's business. The first question is that motion 16562 in the name of Shona Robison on Budget Scotland No. 4 Bill at Stage 3 be agreed, and as this is a motion to pass the bill, the question must be decided by division, so there will now be a brief suspension to allow members to access the digital voting system. Thank you, colleagues. The question is that motion 16562 in the name of Shona Robison on Budget Scotland No. 4 Bill at Stage 3 be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on motion 16562 in the name of Shona Robison is yes 73, no 29. There were 21 abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed and the Budget Scotland No. 4 bill is passed.
If it's to do with we're still in decision time.
We are still in decision time at the moment. Thank you, Ms White. The next question is that motion 16578 in the name of Alistair Allen on legislative consent motion, Great British Energy Bill, UK legislation be agreed. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Ivan McKee for a point of order.
Presiding Officer, I don't think the vote was registered. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Minister. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on motion 16578 in the name of Alistair Allen is yes 86, no 29. There were 7 abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. Decision time is now concluded and I call Tess White for a point of order.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'd like to raise a point of order under Rule 6.2f of the Standing Orders of this Parliament. Today, I tried to ask a question about reports that former SNP MP Alison Thulis had been hired by Rape Crisis Scotland, a body that is, of course, funded by the Scottish Government. 2 years ago, Alison Thulis was photographed at a protest near a sign reading "Decapitate TERFs." Women deserve to know if she has been hired by a rape crisis charity that is largely funded by the Scottish Government. But not only was I interrupted by the committee convener, other members of the committee were seen gesturing to the technicians to cut off the live feed of the committee session. And even worse, after the session, several members of the committee warned me to not ask similar questions in future. Presiding Officer, is it ever legitimate for MSPs to be pressured not to ask valid questions of this government?
Thank you, Ms White. My understanding of the points that you've just made suggests they relate to conduct within a committee, and that would be a matter for the committee convener. Where it is, well, the Code of Conduct sets out which complaints should be considered by myself in my role as presiding officer. The Code also points out how complaints should be made, but this is not a matter on which I would rule from the chair. It's not a matter that should be ruled upon from the chair. Can I, sorry, Ms White, we do not have your microphone.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This is such a serious matter, Presiding Officer. I would like to raise it with you after this session today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms White. As I pointed out, the Code does explain how complaints should be made. Thank you very much. And we now move on to members' business in the name of Emma Harper.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.